Morning, everybody. We'll get going in just about another 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, now that Representative Stavis is finally here, we will be. Good morning, everybody. Before we get going, we will have Representative Guthrie lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Representative. Excuse me. We'll call the roll here in just a second. Just so everybody knows, we have Representative Ellsberger joining us today in Municipal and County Government. Welcome. She is here in replacement of Representative Trelevin. With that, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chairman Power.
Here.
Representative Guthrie. Here. Clerk is here. Representative LaSalle.
Here.
Representative Ukella. Representative Kelly.
Here.
Representative Allwood.
Here.
Representative Brown.
Here.
Representative Cahill.
Here.
Representative Stavis.
Here.
Representative Tatro. Representative Valberger.
Here.
Representative Majori.
Here.
Representative Gallagher.
Here.
Representative Hicks.
Here.
Representative Howland.
Here.
Representative Priest.
Here.
Representative Frack.
Here.
And Chairman Turcott.
Here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, everyone. We are here this morning. We have a bunch of bills we are going to exec. Before we start, I want to talk to two of them. The last one on our list, 1180, that one we will not be execing today. There's been multiple drafts and things going on behind the scenes, and I actually had a discussion with one of the attorneys that was involved with the Supreme Court case that actually brought this on. I had a discussion yesterday, so we've got a ways to go on that one. The other one that we will be waiting on is 1124. That's a very extensive bill that the prime sponsor has been working with Nate Grace with the NHMA to get it into a final disposition, one that is 100% correct and complete. So those two we will not be doing today. Besides that, all the other ones we intend to proceed on. So with that, we'll open up the Executive Committee hearing on HB 1242 relative to the establishment of county-wide communications district. I see that represented. Do I have a motion on that?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, if I may.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1242, and with your permission to speak to the motion if it's seconded.
Do we have a second? Representative Stavis seconds it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HB 1242, which is about establishing communication districts in counties. To the best of my research into the RSA, and as we learned in the public hearing, the RSA 53, oh, I forgot the number, 53G, allows for municipalities to create communication districts. This bill will extend that to counties that will be able to create communication districts. It's enabling legislation. Obviously, if counties then are working similarly to municipalities and have larger buying groups, there's an economy of scale, which then can hopefully enter into contracts which benefit all the residents of the county and extend this kind of service, which is much needed, which is needed all over the place, to the residents at hopefully what would be a more affordable cost. I would hope that the committee would agree with the ought to pass motion, and that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. You're not a chair, you're a chairman.
Chairman. Whatever. Do we have any further comments? Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be voting against the recommendation of ought to pass. I feel that this bill is not needed. Countywide communication districts can already be established under RSA. And for example, Carroll County has established a communication district back in 2023. I don't like the idea that this is being approached from the inverse direction, where municipalities would have to opt out. I would prefer that the legislation stays, the statute stays as it currently is. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Gallagher?
So I'd just like to note that Stratford County feels that this is necessary, and if the existing method of all municipalities coming together to form a countywide one were sufficient for them, they wouldn't have requested this, but they did. So I think that shows that it is in fact needed, and I'd just like to thank the prime sponsor, Heath Howard, for his work on this important issue, and I'll be voting in favor of it.
Further comments? Representative Freese?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will also be voting in favor of this bill because I think it's long overdue, especially in the rural communities of our state and counties that are sorely lacking in communication infrastructure. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, I'll make a couple. I will echo what Chairman Powers said. The biggest reason I can't vote for this is it allows a single county to basically declare their county a communications district. Representative Gallagher brought up the issue of Stratford County. For the same reason he thinks it should be, it's the exact reason why it shouldn't be. Everybody here is well aware of what's gone on in Stratford County in terms of districts, and having right now until the next election, having the ability of Stratford County to declare themselves a communication district without any checks and balances is just not acceptable to me. As Chairman Power said, also coming at it from the wrong direction where you have to opt out rather than opt in, it's just not the way to go. So I will also be voting against it. Further comments? Seeing none, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chairman Power?
No.
Representative Guthrie?
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative LaSalle?
No.
Representative Ukella, Representative Kelly? No. Representative Allwood?
No.
Representative Brown?
No.
Representative Cahill?
No.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Tatro, Representative Elberger?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Gallagher,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Frack,
Yes.
and Mr. Chairman.
No.
Motion fails 9-8.
Do I hear another motion? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion of ITL on HB 1242.
Thank you. Do I have a second on that? Representative Power seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chairman Power,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie. Clerk votes yes. Representative Salas,
Yes.
Representative Keller, Representative Kelly. Representative Kelly? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, ma'am. Representative Arwood,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Tatro, Representative Elberger,
No.
Representative, okay, Majori,
No.
Representative Gallagher,
No.
Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Frack,
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-8.
Okay, I assume this will not go on the consent calendar. Representative Power will write the committee report for the ITL motion, and Representative Majori
Yes, sir.
will write the committee report.
What was the vote? I couldn't hear.
9-8. Okay, and with that, what's that? Representative Majori will be writing the report for you guys. With that, we'll close the hearing on HB, or the exec session on 1242. Okay, with that, we will go ahead and open up an executive session on HB 1250, enabling the creation of certain village districts. Do we have a motion, Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move on to pass on HB 1250 and to speak to my motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Representative Majori, second. Representative Davis, go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Village districts are a time-honored tradition in New Hampshire. They help to safeguard and protect and preserve valuable assets in the state that municipalities would have no other way of protecting as a community. And our bodies of water are particularly vulnerable to harm right now from over-fertilization and other activities. I know where I live in Lebanon, we face many tens of millions of dollars of remediation every year in cyanobacteria blooms in our only source of drinking water, which is Lake Mascoma, which spans municipalities. So to have the ability to have a village district to protect a body of water that is so vital to so many people, roughly 14,000 people, would be a great asset to the state. And so I fully support the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be supporting the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1250. I would agree with my colleague in her comments. And I would also add that there are numerous studies, economic studies, that show that as water quality decreases on a body, that the property owners abutting that body of water, their property values will in fact decrease. So it's in the interest of people who have shoreline property to work together to prioritize the health of the body of water. And I feel that, this enabling legislation is a tool in the toolbox for people to come together to address the issues surrounding bodies of water.
Representative Brown.
I will be voting against this bill. I recently sat in as a substitute for the Environment and Agricultural Committee, and they're moving forward with a bill to address the concerns in regard to over-fertilization in the lakes areas. So that's one of the reasons why I'm going to be voting against it. And there's other complications as far as I'm concerned as well. So thank you.
Further comments? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting in favor of the ought to pass motion, as I've learned from the prime sponsor in his area, and the communities in his area have created a model which, if this bill passes, other communities will be able to mirror as a best practice for how to implement this to protect their water bodies. And so not only do I think the bill is a great idea, I'm also confident that we have a model which can be mirrored to help all communities in the state duplicate this. So I'll be voting in favor. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Priest.
I will, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. I will also be supporting this bill. I think it's long overdue, and I think one thing that is very crucial to all of our existence is water. And once that water is polluted, it's gone, and it's going to be very costly to bring it back up. And this is one tool to monitor it and to protect it. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Elwood, is your hand up or just, no? Okay. Any others? Seeing no others, I will make a couple comments. I will also be voting against this for probably a little bit different reasons. I am actually a property owner on the water in Maine during the summer, but I have to say that this particular, I see this as particularly obnoxious for some landowners, and I just want to read from some of the written testimony that was given in. First, we got to recognize what this allows towns and municipalities to do is designate specific properties to be part. Doesn't have to be waterfront. It could be a mountaintop piece of land that maybe drains into a lake or stream. And the problem with that is, yes, it goes to the voters, but you could have 51% of the voters within these districts put their desires over the 49% who vote against it. And this is a problem because, as I'm reading from one of these testimonies, districts for the enactment of rules and regulations which would not apply elsewhere in the community. So you're segregating out particular individuals, and this is what really kind of had the hairs on the back of my neck going up. Those rules and regulations we would be directed at, and there's some other things, requiring remedial action only if issues remain voluntarily uncorrected. So you're going to have individuals within these districts who are you're going to have the ability to require some kind of remedial action on somebody who probably wasn't even in favor at this begin with. And this is the really lovely one, imposing fines for noncompliance. I don't think in these districts should be given the ability to impose fines. And also, of course, it's going to be a taxes involved. So the 51%, let's just say if it's only 51% who vote for this, those 51% are going to be forcing the other 49% to pay taxes for these districts that they may not want. So for those reasons and quite a few more, I just don't think this is the way to go. I understand the water quality issues. Like I say, I spend time on a lake in Maine and I get it, but I think this is just one step too far. Thank you. Further questions? Representative Elberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment about your concern about 51% imposing their will on 49%. We've had numerous votes this year where bills were passed by a single vote, and we see that as an appropriate way to legislate in the state. So while I hear your concern, I also recognize that this is how we work here.
Thank you for your comments. Representative Yokela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of my main concerns with this is gerrymandering, because the people putting forward this proposed area can choose the lots that they want to be included and don't want to be included. And so you can easily poll the residents and see if they're in favor of it and see if they're not, and be able to find the ones that are and include them, and make sure to include not enough of those people that oppose it. And so they can gerrymander this thing however they like, and there's no rules against that. And so I say that if you're opposed to gerrymandering, then you should be opposed to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further comments, questions? Okay, we'll have the clerk call a roll just so everybody knows. Representative Yokela, you did walk in after the motion was made, so you won't be able to actually cast a vote. But
Okay, 1250 ought to pass. Vice Chairman Power.
Yes.
Representative Guthrie. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative LaSalle. Oh,
He stepped out.
sorry. Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Allwood.
No.
Representative Brown.
No.
Representative Cahill.
No.
Representative Stavis.
Yes.
Representative Tatro.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Majori.
Yes.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
Yes.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Frack.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
no.
Motion passes 12-5.
Okay, 12 to 5. I assume that will not go on the consent calendar. Committee report, Representative Stavis, okay. And for our side? Representative. For the minority, yeah. Oh, sorry. For the minority, Representative Cahill, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll close the exec session on HB 1250. And once the clerk is ready, we'll go to the next one. Okay, next up, HB 1302, relative to elective conservation commissions in towns. Open up the exec session on that, and I believe Representative Power has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to offer to the committee Amendment 2024-0505H.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'd like to second that, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown seconds. Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a result of our hearing and feedback that was given during the hearing for this bill, the amendment simply eliminates the sentence that the selectman may remove an elected member for cause after a public hearing. that didn't seem to make sense because the purpose of the bill was to have the Conservation Commission members be elected by the voters. So that sentence was removed and the bill is introduced.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll ask the clerk to call a roll.
Okay, adopt amendment 2024-0505. Vice Chairman Power,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative LaSalle's.
Yes.
Representative Keller.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Alwood.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Tatro.
Yes.
Representative Alberger.
Yes.
Representative Majori.
Yes.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
Yes.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Frack.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 19-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Representative Power, do you have another motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 13002.
Do we have a second?
I'd like to second that, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown seconds it. Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Current law requires that Conservation Commission members be appointed by the Select Board. This bill is enabling legislation which allows Conservation Commission members to be elected by the voters. It's similar to current enabling statute that allows voters to be able to elect members of the Planning Board and Zoning Board of Adjustment. And it's notable that if this enabling legislation were to be adopted by a town, that they may also rescind this if they find that they don't like it or it's not working out for them. And once rescinded, that they could go back to having the selectmen appoint the members. And the last thing that I would say is that conservation commissions are playing an increasingly important role in towns to protect and preserve our natural resources and watersheds. And this bill provides towns with the option to be able to elect members to the Conservation Commission. And I would ask that the committee support this bill as amended. Thank you.
Are there any other, Representative Howland?
So when this came forward to us, the big issue was that there was a volunteer or someone who applied for the Conservation Commission. He was a volunteer. He had, on paper at least, really great credentials. And I mean, the Conservation Commission is you don't even get $100. It's a volunteer position, and it's also kind of an entryway for a lot of people that want to get into town government. It lets you get involved. It's really great to work on your conservation lands. But this person felt like, because of his views, the governing body would not, kind of blackballed him, would not allow him to be on the Conservation Commission. And so I understand why he would want, or why the ability to elect officials would come up. The thing is, I just don't think it would work. So in essence, when the community said, I've never actually seen somebody apply for a voluntary commission or committee in town and not be brought on board. It's a volunteer position. So I think when you're a community that has this happen, this speaks to a deeper problem that you're having occurring. There's clearly a rift occurring between your governing body and your community. And so while the community could say, yes, we want to have our Conservation Commission people elected and put them on, but really what you probably are looking at is you want to change your governing body. At the election, you would say, you know what? The governing body is no longer representative of our community. They're not allowing good people to come onto our boards, and so we don't think they're best serving our community. And so therefore, we're going to change who represents us. I just think if you try to do an end run around your governing body and elect your Conservation Commission and have them sitting with your governing body that doesn't want them, it just won't work. And so I think the real recourse is really to change your governing body. And so I just don't think this would work. So that's my 2 cents.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will be supporting this legislation because I've seen in my own town where people volunteered for similar boards and were shot down just for personal reasons because of the board. And we all got elected to office, and people should have the opportunity, if they're getting shut down because their hair is blue or for whatever reason it is that they're getting shut down. I mean, there's millions of reasons why someone might make I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. Yeah. So I think this would put fairness back in the opportunity to participate, and I think we should allow for elections. This country is founded on elections.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I cannot support this bill. I did support the amendment because I think it makes the underlying bill a better bill. But I can't support the bill for a number of reasons. Having been on this committee for 6 years now, I have seen so many of this similar kind of bill come before us, where an individual, it's not working for him or her. And so they seek this committee to pass legislation that will make it work for him or her. And that's not what we do here. We are about the municipalities and the counties and not about individuals that may be having issues with the municipalities. I also feel that it's not good policy to have members of a body that is advisory only in elected positions. It kind of warps the balance of power and sets up unrealistic expectations for the people who are in those positions that are advisory only. That the people who elect them may think that they should have more power than they do, but in point of fact, they don't. And so I think it's not fair to them, and I don't think it's fair to the people who would elect them if this bill were to become law and if it were adopted by a municipality. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further comments? Representative Gallagher?
I'd agree with Representative Savis about being skeptical about the particular motivating case for this legislation. But personally, I think we need to look beyond just that one case and towards the broader principles involved of democracy. And, I think that the more positions that can be elected positions rather than appointed positions, the better. That's something I've, that's something that I've programmed a social media bot to just constantly come up with new ideas for positions that should be elected rather than appointed. Just based on the principle of supporting democracy, I'm going to support this bill.
Representative Majori?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As with my friend from Lebanon, I supported the amendment because I think it does make the bill better, but I cannot support the bill. Conservation commissions have a very specific role to be stewards of the land. They are part of, they have that bias, they have that responsibility that shouldn't fall to having to be elected. They need people to, and I understand what happened in that community was probably wrong, but the statute for conservation commissions has been in existence since before I was born, and I'm old, and so and and this is the first time I'm hearing about this. I work very, very closely with the Conservation Commission in my town as a member of the Select Board and an ex officio to the Planning Board. We work very, very closely together. They have an enormous responsibility and an enormous task, which I think is very specific and requires a skill set. And I would hope in that community that this problem could be rectified, but I haven't heard of this problem in any other community. I recommend that we reject the OTP and then go to ITL on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will also be opposing this for the reasons that have been stated by Representative Stavis and other members of this committee. I have worked with numerous conservation commissions, and I feel very strongly that our environment in New Hampshire is very important. And the conservation commissions, as has been noted, are advisory, and they seek out people who have a deep interest and love for the conservation areas, our forests, our watersheds. And you don't find that when you politicize this position. So I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am deeply disappointed that people on this committee are making this about one particular case. That is not the point, and I find that very disappointing. I would also like to point out that any position that is either appointed or elected, it's volunteer. It's not a requirement that anybody runs for any office or volunteers to be appointed to any position. It's all volunteer. The other thing that I would say is we also have a bill, House Bill 1124, that speaks to concerns with regards to the concentration of power by a select board. And again, I will repeat that this is enabling legislation. It's not a mandate. If a town wants to adopt this, they can. I feel that people are missing the point in that instead of having a select few, a handful of selectmen appointing people to a conservation commission, why not let the voters choose who they want? And, you know, additionally, this whole notion that you're going to get better people appointed to the board if it's appointed versus elected. Well, again, you know, if you're not interested or passionate or, you know, about conservation, you're either way, whether it's appointed or elected, you're not going to raise your hand. So that's my follow-up to the comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Elwood.
So I can attest to a town that engages in nepotism, favoritism, cronyism, and a lot of other isms. So they will arbitrarily form committees. They won't solicit for letters of interest. And this is a huge problem in this town. So it does exist. I hear it from lots of other towns. And I think that electing these individuals by the voters is going to be more fair to everybody. Thank you.
Representative LaSalle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we have progressed, I find myself agreeing with all my colleagues, and it's somewhat disconcerting when I agree with everybody, when everybody's on different sides of the fence. I find myself straddling that fence. But as we go forward here in New Hampshire, we're a state with many small towns, and power within a community can be concentrated in one group of people, and some of those people could be related or whatever. So in my mind, I agree with my colleague Representative Gallagher that electing members of the Conservation Commission seems to me a much fairer way of getting input into this increasingly important commission. I think that the thing that puts me on the side of this bill is the fact that it is enabling. So a town can get into it or they can back out. They can stick their toes in the water, whatever. So I will be supporting the OTP. Thank you.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the reason why we have these discussions. So I agree with Representative LaSalle. I came in with a different thought, but you have changed my mind, so I'll be supporting this.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you for letting me speak again, Mr. Chair. I would like to echo our good colleague over here, is that I agree with a lot of the points. You guys have made some really, really good points. But this literally is, just as this board in particular is an advisory board, this is an enabling piece of legislation. And we do have nepotism problems in this state. I mean, my town is notorious for this sort of thing. And I'd like to see that change. I'd like to see more people participate and get an opportunity to use their voice. So while you guys have all made really great points, I do think that we should support this legislation.
Representative Frack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I walked into this room this morning on the fence, not really knowing which way I should go on it. Listening to the debate, I'm tending to agree with Representative LaSalle and others who are going to support the bill. I guess my bottom line is I view this as a bill that can do no harm because it is enabling. A town can vote to elect their conservation commission. A town can vote to unelect and go back to appointed. So I think giving various towns which may have problems with concentration of power the ability to change that is a good idea. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, they say that people who can't change their minds never change anything. And I have been convinced by the arguments of my colleagues that this is enabling legislation. It can do no harm. It could do some good in certain towns. I remain concerned about the original impetus for the bill, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad idea. So I will be supporting this legislation as amended. Thank you.
No, okay.
No,
I'm just gonna whine. I'm just gonna whine.
That's why I was looking at you that way.
I know. I got that disapproving parental look. I'm shut.
All right, seeing no further comments, we'll ask the clerk to call a roll on HB 1302 as amended.
Okay, ought to pass on 1302.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Power.
To pass as amended.
As amended, I'm sorry, thank you.
I vote yes, ought to pass as amended.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative LaSalle?
Yes.
Representative Keller?
Yes.
Representative Kelly?
Yes.
Representative Allwood?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Cahill?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Tetro?
Yes.
Representative Allberger?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
No.
Representative Gallagher?
Yes.
Representative Hicks?
Yes.
Representative Howland?
No.
Representative Priest?
No.
Representative Frack?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
motion passes 16-3.
16-3, is there opposition of it going on to consent?
I'm okay with that, but we would write a report.
I see no opposition to the So the consent, all right, on the report, Representative Power will write it for the OTPA, and Representative Howland will write the opposition report, or whatever. Yep. Okay, very good. That closes the hearing on HB 1302. The executive session, sorry. Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the executive session, HB 1359, relative to the appeals of certain zoning decisions by butters. I understand, Representative Power, you have an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to offer to this committee Amendment 2024-0778.
Do we have a second?
I'd like to second that, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown seconds, Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply adds two provisions to Section 1 and Section 2 of the bill as introduced. And that provision is to allow for a property owner within the municipality to be able to appeal. And the reason why I feel that this is important is while I do agree that the statute as it is right now is very broad, I feel that the bill as introduced is too narrow. And while a property owner within the municipality might not be an abutter per the definition of abutter contained within this bill, there are instances where a property owner can be affected by a decision by the local land use board. For example, when you have the majority of our houses in the state of New Hampshire are on private wells. So an example would be where you would have within a town a development that goes in and you have an established neighborhood, and that those neighborhoods have, that the people in that neighborhood have private wells, and they're all drawing off of an aquifer that's shared. Now, while certain homes might not be butters by definition, they would be affected by, say, a street going in with 15, 20, whatever houses. And I had contacted the DES with regards to well permitting and rules and regulations, and their involvement is only to the degree with regards to the siting of wells. And the thing to consider is that when wells are tested, that is in isolation. It's very different when all the houses in a development come online and they're all drawing water for different uses throughout the day. So I feel very strongly that, like I said, the bill is introduced, is too restrictive, and this is a happy medium to open it up a bit more to address any concerns by property owners within the municipality. And I would also add that with regard to any development that goes on, it can in fact affect the municipal services, the schools, traffic, etc. And that does affect people in the town, in the area, who may not be abutters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown, could you turn off your mic? Representative Elward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am so happy to see this, and I think it should run across all boards making quasi-judicial decisions. A prime example would be an excavation project. Obviously, with the negative noise impacts and other types of impacts, you could be thousands of feet away and not an abutter. And I believe that this is vital. In fact, I had worked on something similar because of the problem of the excavation situation. So bravo, thank you.
For the comments, Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be opposing this amendment because I think it's counterproductive to the intent of the bill. And the bill was to really limit the property owners that are going to be affected by this zoning decision. So this opens it up to anyone in the town to come up with a frivolous objection that could be made to stop a project. And it has happened and will continue to happen with this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Yokella.
Thank you. I think that this is just this amendment or the addition of any property owner in the municipality is just even as stated by the people in support of it is for NIMBYism that does not want, that is not directly or is not impacted the same way that a butter would be. And anyone that is concerned and impacted has the right already to go to the municipality or to go to the hearing and be heard. They have a right to that already in the current law. And this is just about appealing. And this does not just limit to the people that are actually affected. In the current law, it says a person directly affected. This is saying, no, we're scrapping that. We're going to do even people that aren't affected. Congratulations, now you can appeal also. I think that's actually trying to take one step forward and two steps back. And so for that reason, I think that this should not be adopted.
Thank you. Representative Gallagher.
I'd like to echo the comments by Representatives Priest and Yokella. I think it's important to consider this legislation in the context of our larger housing crisis in the state, where one of the main drivers of that is NIMBYism and neighbors being able to say no to developments when we really do need to be doing developments. So yeah, I think this amendment is kind of going in the opposite direction of the that the bill was originally supposed to do. So I'll be opposing it.
Anybody who hasn't spoken yet? I'll get to you in 1 second, Representative Elward. I'm going to make a comment kind of based on what Representative Yokella said. And as written, technically, this actually is almost, the amendment's almost worse than the original. And here's the reason. Looking at it, it opens it up to any individual in the municipality. Now, when I introduced this bill originally, I said, I live on the southeast side of Barrington. On the other side, northwest side of Barrington, it's close to 10 miles away. This would give that individual, for no reason, and as Representative Yokella pointed out, it originally said any person aggrieved. Now that applied to anybody. That could be anybody worldwide, and the whole intent of this was to wrap it in. Now, if the intent here was any aggrieved property owner in the municipality that might be okay, I still would not support it, but this opens it up to any property owner in the municipality without a reason. So for that reason, I can't support the amendment. Representative Elwood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Making an appeal to the Zoning Board of Adjustment is not like attending a public hearing and standing up and voicing your opinion. You have to prepare your reasoning based on fact and law. It usually takes like an attorney to do a successful appeal. So this is not something that I think would be undertaken lightly in a frivolous way. Now, I know of a town currently where the planning board chair actually attempted to insert the planning board as a party to the subdivision applicant's appeal to the ZBA based on any person aggrieved. The case has currently going before the land use board on appeal. So I think that this is necessary to help protect the interest of anybody in the municipality, and I support this.
Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be supporting the amendment. I absolutely support your bill, and for all the reasons that I've heard here, and I'm thinking the only thing I will add is one of the submitted questions for our candidates night asks candidates for the planning board who has the largest voice, or who should have the voice in an application. Is it the abutter, the applicant, the zoning administrator? The board, who should have this voice? And we're all looking for that equality. The answer is we're all looking to have an equal voice. I'm not sure that I would want, as you say, Mr. Chairman, somebody who is not even close to this property, who may not be affected in any way, shape, or form, to have that equal voice in this conversation. I think it should be, as it was originally drafted, the abutter as defined in statute. So I cannot support the amendment, but will be supporting the bill. Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for letting me address the board. So I'm going to describe a scenario where a project was put in that was detrimental not just to my property, but to everyone downriver for me, where I could not voice my opinion because I was not an abutter by about 15 feet. And there was a project in Raymond that was on a piece of land that is a brownfield where they took out some dams and flowed potentially chemical poisoned water across my property into a river that affects 17 municipalities downriver from me. But because there was a piece of land in between me that's about 15 feet long and them, I wasn't even given an abutter notice. You know, so I think there are some problems where I'm not 10 miles away, I'm 15 feet away, and I didn't have a voice in that project. And not only that, that when they did do the blasting for that project, they broke all the windows in my house. So there are potential problems where you could be 10 miles away on the same ledge as a project going on, and it can do damage to your foundation and your house, and I've seen it firsthand.
Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really a fascinating conversation. I want to thank my colleagues for really delving into this issue. I always say that the housing crisis that afflicts New Hampshire is an 850-piece jigsaw puzzle, and that every time we consider a piece of legislation, we are looking at tiny, tiny little piece of a larger picture. And I think that this bill, in its original form as it came to us, as introduced, solves one piece of that 850-piece jigsaw puzzle. It doesn't work for everyone, but it really helps the cause for people who want to build housing, for example. For the reasons that my colleague Representative Aylward stated so correctly, an appeal to a land use board is not to be taken lightly. It's something that is expensive, time-consuming, way more expensive than anyone ever expected it to be, and it kills projects in their infancies. And it's simply, in my view, not fair that these projects should be appealed to death before they can even get a public hearing. And so I can't support the amendment, but I do support the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Elberger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I come from the city of Nashua, which I just checked to make sure I had the numbers right. It includes 31.7 square miles. It's a big city. I live in one end of it, not in the middle. And given this amendment, if I had an objection to something that was happening all the way across town that really had no impact on me, it would be okay for me to go and say, I don't want it, let's stop it. On the other side, as a resident and looking at the original language of any person aggrieved, some of you may know that there was a petition to put in an asphalt plant in one of the most densely populated areas of the city. And while the initial objections and pushback came from people within that neighborhood, and the plant, by the way, was going to be half a mile away from an elementary school, the entire city got involved in opposing it. And looking at the language of any person aggrieved, we still would be able to do that. So I see that the change in language is unnecessary and we'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Representative Power, did you have your hand?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to point out two things: that any person aggrieved in the bill as introduced was struck by the prime sponsor when this bill was filed. And the second thing that I would like to note is it is my understanding that with regards to making an appeal, there is a 30-day time period in which that appeal must be filed, and then 30 days in which that appeal must be heard locally. That's 60 days. I don't see that as a big time killer for any project. So I just wanted to share that.
Representative Gallagher?
So one thing that was mentioned previously that I'd kind of like to push back on. So it says said that this amendment opens it up to anyone in the community, and I'd just like to refer back to the bill language. It says a property owner in the municipality, and I think that's kind of representative of a bad habit that sometimes this committee can get in, which is only thinking of property owners as people, when really it's the people who aren't. It's the people who don't own property who are generally the ones who need housing. So if I wanted to open up the language to more people in the community, I would specifically say it should be the non-property owners in the municipality who it should be changed to, but that's not what it says. It just says property owners. So yeah, I think that's a bad aspect of the amendment and reason to oppose it.
Further comments, Representative Did you have one, Representative O'Kelly?
Yeah,
I'll be right back with you, Representative Hick.
I did want to, I mean, I do kind of agree with Representative Gallagher that property owners is, it could be anyone within that area that is even not a property owner. And so, but there was a previous discussion about testimony not being allowed for people that can demonstrate that their land will be directly affected, and that's stated on page 2, line 16 to 17, that they should have the same rights as a butter in that hearing. And I think that is, I forgot the other thing that I was going to say, so I think
Representative Hicks. Representative Gallagher, could you turn off your mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. In thinking about this in property where my my school is, I'm thinking about water pollution. We're thinking about the aquifer where we draw the water for the school. Thinking about air pollution, potentially, and noise pollution, and not being in a direct butter concerns me. And I think that I appreciate Representative Power for bringing that issue to light. I originally liked the initial bill because of NIMBYism, but now I don't like either enough to support either. So I kind of wish that we could make another motion and fix this in a way that supports everybody's
I'm going to
concerns.
take a point of personal privilege here, and that is I'm getting the feeling that the amendment may not work. I'm getting a feeling that the underlying bill may. There will be other opportunities for this to be amended when it goes over to the other body. I will just leave it at that, maybe. Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, again, would just like to emphasize the fact that when you are proposing a development, time is money. And there are people in our communities that will do everything in their power to oppose and to delay a project or to kill a project if it's in competition with it, if they don't like it, or it's bringing in the wrong kind of people in their community. They'll do everything they can. And so that's why I think it's important to kind of focus on who is really being affected. And that is defined in the original bill. And I think we should just go ahead and vote down this amendment and focus on the bill itself. Thank you.
Seeing no more Seeing no more hands, Representative McDonald, could you call the roll on the amendment?
HB 1359, Amendment 20240778H. Vice Chairman Power.
Yes.
Representative Guthrie. No. Clerk votes yes. Representative Salas.
No.
Representative Keller.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Harwood.
Yes.
Representative Brown. Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Stavis.
No.
Representative Tetro.
No.
Representative Elberger.
No.
Representative Majori.
No.
Representative Gallagher.
No.
Representative Hicks.
No.
Representative Howland.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Frack.
No.
Mr. Chairman,
No.
motion fails, 17 to leave 2.
Say that number again, please.
No, 17 to 16-3.
That sounds better. Okay, the amendment fails, so now we are back on the original bill, HB 1359. Do I have a motion on that?
Mr. Chairman.
You don't. Representative Priest.
I make a motion to ought to pass on HB 1359.
Thank you. Representative Yokela seconds. Down the end of the, could you guys turn your mics off again? Representative Kelly, please. Mike, turn your mic. Thank you. Further discussion on the underlying bill, Representative Hick.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be supporting the bill, but I do have concerns that Representative Power raised with the previous amendment that she filed.
Thank you. Further comments, Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be supporting the motion of ought to pass. There's concerns and issues with this bill as written, and I agree with Representative Hicks, his previous comments from before, and I feel that these issues that I've raised does in fact need to be addressed, and this bill as written is insufficient.
Further comments? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll. Sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Lasalas.
If I may, we've had a very interesting discussion about this particular bill, and it seems to me that there's a lot of good thoughts. Perhaps we could, rather than passing a bill that we're hoping that eventually will be amended, perhaps we could retain it in the committee and do some more work on it so that when we submit the bill to the House, that we have something that we can be proud of. I'm thinking interim study or something like that.
From the chairman's perspective, no. First of all, we can't do, I mean, we could do interim study, but that's basically killing it altogether, so we don't, I'm not going to go with that. I think since the motions have already been made, I think we need to take the vote on it if we were to get a vote, something like that. We also will have the ability on the House floor for anybody who wants to debate it. I would also say that the previous vote we took on the amendment, I think if it had been written slightly different, it might have maybe had a little more support. We've already discussed that. I've made my points on that, so I'm not going to say it again. But again, we do have the opportunity. There's ability for floor amendments. There's ability in the Senate. I mean, there's all kinds of other ways, but I would prefer that we move forward on this one. So when the clerk is ready.
Okay, ought to pass, HB 1359. Vice Chairman Power.
No.
Representative Guthrie. No. Clerk votes no. Representative Lasalas.
No.
Representative Keller.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Oh, goodness. No.
Representative Elwood.
No.
Representative Cahill.
No.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Tatro.
No.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Majori.
Yes.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
Yes.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Frack.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 10 to 8.
Oh, 10-8.
10-8, sorry.
Okay, so this will not go on the consent calendar. The chairman will write the committee report for the OTP. Who would like to write the committee report for against the OTP? Anybody? Representative Power? Okay.
Representative Power?
Yep. Okay, that closes the executive session on HB 1359. All right. We'll give the chairman, the clerk just a minute, and then we'll move on to the next one.
These gaps in time are where our friend Representative LaSalle would normally regale us with some presidential or election history. Anything?
No, he does not at this time. Mr. Clerk? You all set?
Yes, sir.
Okay, open up the executive session on HB 1478. Prohibiting a person from membership on the school board and select board concurrently. Do we have a motion, Representative Brown?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to make the motion to ITL. The bill is poorly written.
We need a second
sorry.
first. Do we have a second? Representative Kelly seconds. Now Representative Brown.
I'm always too anxious. So the bill is poorly written. The prime didn't show when we had the hearing on it, and the content of the bill is supposedly rolled into House Bill 1124.
Further comments? Seeing Representative Guthrie?
I just like to personal comments. I always felt that any office that you could run for, and get elected, you were able to do that. And to take that right away, that you could not serve on any board because you weren't allowed to run for it, that's offensive to me to begin with. And the second comment I have is, we had in my town a fellow who had the time to do both selectmen and school committee, and I think that's the key. I know a lot of us here on the committee are both the selectmen and the state rep. It's kind of time consuming for both jobs, but those of us who are doing both feel that we can do the both jobs. So I just thought I'd make that as a comment. I don't think you should demand that anybody cannot run for an office. And I think these two offices, there's some advantages if somebody has the time to do both jobs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing Representative Gallagher.
So, yeah, I'd just like to point out that no one showed up at the hearing for it, so we had to do basically one of those pro forma introductions for it. I mean, I might be open to the idea if someone had bothered to explain why it's a good idea or is necessary, but since they didn't, then yeah, I'm just going to be joining the vote against.
Okay. Seeing no more comments, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the ITL motion for HB 1478.
Yes, sir. Okay, Vice Chairman Power.
Yes.
Representative Guthrie.
Yeah.
Clerk votes yes. Representative LaSalle.
Yes.
Representative Yukela.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Allwood.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Tetro.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Majori.
Yes.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
Yes.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Frack.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
motion passes ITL 19-0.
Very good. Representative Brown, will you be writing the committee report on this one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. And without objection, it will go on the consent calendar. Seeing no objections, we will go ahead and close the exec session on HB 1478. And we will proceed to the next one in just a minute or two.
Yes, sir.
I think my colleague,
Fringe benefits are good. No, never.
All right, next one up is HB 1449, relative to prohibiting the Board of Lot Tax and Land Appeals from ordering retroactive appraisals and the rest of it. So, do we have a motion on HB 1449 executive session?
Mr. Mr. Chairman, I move ITL on House Bill 1449.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Representative Priest seconds the motion of ITL on HB 1449. And Representative Majority, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if I can defer to the prime on this for reasons why ITL is the best option. May I?
Of course you may.
Thank
Representative
you.
Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleague Majori. I appreciate everybody's comment on this. I think it is well intentioned, and I don't think it's ready to be passed. I think there's more work to be done with the BTLA and my constituent to come up with some sort of resolution. So I won't support the ITL, but I understand if everybody else does, and I won't object to consent.
Well said, Representative. Further comments? Seeing none, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Okay, HB 1449 ITL. Vice Chairman Power.
Yes.
Representative Guthrie. Clerk votes yes. Representative Lasalas.
yes.
Representative Keller.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Allwood.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Tetro.
Yes.
Representative Alberger.
Yes.
Representative Majori.
Yes.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
No.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Frack.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 18-1.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Without objections, on to the consent calendar. I see no objections, and committee report will be written by Representative Hicks. That closes the executive session on HB 1449. And we will get to the next one in just a second. Representative Power.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman. So if I'm not mistaken, Representative Hicks voted against the motion of ITL. So why would he be writing the majority report for that?
I think it doesn't really matter, but if you would like to write it in somebody else's name.
I'm happy to write it and hand it to Ms. Representative Majori.
That's fine. Okay, Representative Majori.
I approve.
Representative Hicks, you do not, I mean, you can write it. There's nothing that says you can't.
I'm happy to
And
write
put
it.
it in.
If it's proper, I'm happy to write it.
Why don't you? I think
Okay.
that's fine.
I will.
Yeah. Exactly. Very good. Next, HB 1120, exec session, repealing the provision that requires the reflection of a municipal body vote on warrant articles. Let's see, do we have a motion on that, Representative Brown?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a motion to ITL this bill.
Do we have a second, Representative Power? Would you like to speak to your motion?
See how good I was that time? Yes, Mr. Chairman, having recently been to a school board meeting in my town of Moulton Borough, there was a lot of discussion about some issues that had come up. And during the meeting, a lot of the attendees had asked what the ABC committee had said on it, what the CIP committee had said, CIPC committee, and what the school board members had voted on. And a lot of the people were encouraged to ask questions as a result of what the indication of the votes were, 4-1, 5-1, whatever it was, and they asked why some people had voted for and why some people had voted against. So my opinion on this is that this allows people to ask questions of their elected officials that they may not otherwise ask. And if it wasn't allowed, it would deprive these people of that information, allowing them to request additional information. That's the reason why I feel that we should ITL this bill. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Yokella?
I just wanted to correct a statement that Representative Brown just said. I think that this bill does not actually forbid them from putting it on there. It just removes the requirement that they put it on there. And so they can choose to or cannot choose to. And so I think that the entire thrust of this bill was to make it so that they can't put it on there. And so I think the bill just doesn't do what it was intended to do by the sponsor. And so I think that he should go back to the drawing board and put a bill forward that actually does what he wants it to do before we should even consider passing it. So for that reason, I'm going to vote to ITL this bill. Thanks.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be voting against this bill because I think we have elected boards, advisory boards, and when I'm going into the ballot box to vote on a particular item, and we all know that we're all very busy and we're all not up to speed with what's going on with every warrant. It's always great to know how the various boards voted, and this would be taking away that. So, thank you.
Representative Cahill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because we had a lengthy discussion on 1302 with nepotism and things that can happen in town, and because I have seen on town election ballots on citizen-sponsored warrants where it says not recommended by the select board, and because the sponsor of this bill did a really good job showing us that it in fact could be electioneering, I will be supporting his bill.
Representative Gallagher?
So I'd just like to say I'm not necessarily opposed to the general principle of the bill. I do think that if the information is also available in other ways, then it's not really that necessary to also have it on the ballot. But I don't think we have really quite ensured that the information is in fact available in other ways yet. For example, that live streaming bill, like I think we should, that's currently an interim study. If we do eventually pass the live streaming bill, then yeah, I could be convinced to come back and support a future version of this legislation. But until that happens, I don't think I can. And one additional point I'd make is that on corporate proxy statements, when you own a stock in the company and can vote on things for their general meeting, they also print how their board of directors will vote. So it would seem kind of weird to me to prevent our towns from doing something that corporations can also do. So yeah, that just seems kind of weird to be giving corporations more power than governments in that respect. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that in the discussion of the board of the bill, there was the electioneering came up, and I think that was one of the main concerns. But I suggest to you there's nothing wrong with electioneering. In fact, in my town, we have a voter's card, and I guess that's electioning. And we have our candidates standing out at the polls, and that's electioneering. So I would suggest that that I wouldn't be concerned with that word, and that I would say that any information for the voter, whatever it is good information, and it goes along with a lot of other things if the voter is concerned and is involved. So my suggestion is that of course we don't vote. We vote to ITL this bill and don't encourage the bill writer to correct it and try to make it so that you can't put that information on a ballot.
Representative Fract.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important for the voters to get as much information as they can from whatever source. In regards to the concern that a select board might recommend against a petitioned warrant article, which they have the right to do, the voters also have the right to ask the selectmen or whatever board has made that recommendation why they made the recommendation. And the voters can then decide for themselves whether the recommendation for or against is something that they agree with or they don't agree with. Thank you.
Representative LaSalle.
Yes, in this case, I'm going to rely on my personal experience. And my personal experience in our town is that the town's voters really rely on the budget committee to be an independent body that looks at things maybe a little different than the selectmen or maybe a little different than the school board, but they have an independent voice, and the voters really rely on the budget committee for guidance. And so taking that away, I think, would be a real detriment to the education of the voters.
Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo what my friend from Londonderry just said. I know on the ballot in Northampton, we include the thoughts of the CIP committee, which is certainly a bipartisan committee. We include the budget committee, which is an official budget committee, but acts independently. We have the impact, we've had the impact of the tax rate on there. And of course, we have the opinion of the select board. All of those things have been approved by DRA and have never been questioned in the 18 years that I have sat on the select board. Once we put out a voter guide in the town and we were nearly taken to court. They don't mind it on the ballot, but we put out a voter guide just explaining our position and we were almost taken to court. We've never done that again. So I think the voters should have as much information as they need. Thank you.
Representative Davis? Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our town is considering a $3 million bond for a municipal safety building. And all I can say is, after attending the public hearings, the deliberative session, requesting records, the budget committee does not recommend the article. The selectmen do. And I believe that the voters are going to rely, because of the concentration of power in my town, are going to really rely on the budget committee's recommendation. So I don't want to see that taken away.
Now Representative Saban.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a lot more faith in our voters than I hear being voiced here. If there are questions to be asked, I have faith that they will ask them. If there are decisions that they disagree with, I have faith that they will voice those disagreements. And so I will be supporting the ITL on this bill. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, Representative LaSalle mentioned straddling a fence on a previous bill, and I got to admit, I find myself going back and forth on this one. I see both sides of the argument. It could really go any way. One of the issues that I think many of us talk about all the time is the lack of involvement by citizens, and them not understanding what's going on in their towns. I make the comment frequently, I could walk down the town of Barrington and say hi to somebody and they wouldn't probably know I'm even their representative. So I talked with the private sponsor this morning about it. I told him I actually love the concept of what you're trying to do, because I think we need more involvement and less reliant on our citizens just going up and going, oh, what'd they say, what'd they say? But you can't lead a horse to water. Yeah, I mean, you can lead the horse to water, you can't make him drink. So I go back and forth. I don't know what I'll do. Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having spent a long time working in mental health services, one of the things that I heard frequently was that the only thing that you really get from sitting on a fence is a sore behind. And I am sort of, my behind here is getting sorer and sorer the more I'm listening. When we are voting, we get in our record, the House record, statements about why people are supporting and why they're not. And then we are free to choose how we want to vote. I don't see that that would be a bad idea to have voters get, this is why we think it's a good idea, this is why we think it's a bad idea. If the budget committee believes this, they can write that. If the select board believes this, they can write that. But making sure that there are, here's why, for either side, make your decision. I don't see it's a bad idea to say who made that decision, because if voters keep seeing the same people offering opinions that you disagree with, then you know to vote against them, not just to feel like you have to vote the way they chose because they happen to be the community leaders. So as I said, I have no idea how I'm going to vote on this.
You're a member of the Fence Club? Yeah. Yes. Representative Yokella.
So I actually like the suggestion just given about essentially a voter's guide or whatever like I'm often the person voting no on budget committee things, and I generally don't speak at the budget committee about why, because I'm just wasting everyone's time, because I'm the only one voting no, and so I wouldn't waste everyone's time with that. But I might put in a minority report or something in some voter's guide about why this is not a great idea, and those interested might be able to do that. Now, do I think, as the previous representative said, that I should be able to go inside of the polling place and be able to electioneer inside the polling place? No, I don't think that's the proper place for it to be. So maybe if we had some, so maybe there is some option as far as like putting that in statute and saying that it could be available at the town hall or something like that, whereas not inside of the polling place. I might be in favor of that. But going back to Representative Stavis's thing, I trust the voters to research and ask questions. And so for that reason, I'm going to change and vote yes, that they can go and ask those questions outside of the polling booth and not inside of the polling booth. And so you've convinced me to vote yes, or ought to pass, AKA the way that I previously.
Current motion is ITL.
Right.
So you're
Oppose
against.
I
Very
was
good.
previously for. Now I'm going to be
Representative Hicks.
supporting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, when this was presented, I was thinking just definitions, and I was thinking, okay, so if I want to vote for Representative Gallagher when I go into the voting booth and I have his platform listed for me, it's electioneering, and I think the bias when we had votes in front of us when we go in the voting booth, I think that's electioneering. So I'll be voting against the ITL.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to also point out that in New Hampshire, we have SB2 towns and traditional town meetings. And if I'm not mistaken, majority of towns are traditional town meetings, and there are no voting booths. This information is printed on the warrant, and the warrant articles are voted on at the town meeting. So I think we're losing focus here with regards to this bill, and just in general, the ability to provide a notation with regards to warrant articles, that's important, in my opinion, to be able to provide information from these boards that the residents are looking for, that information from the people that they elected. And to remove that would be depriving the voters of information. Thank you.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my town, we have approximately 800 registered voters. At the deliberative session, we're SB2 town. Approximately 35, 40 people showed up. And we do publish an annual report. That could be a place where information could be contained and legal, perhaps.
There are members, Mr. Chairman.
Continue, Representative Elwood, then we'll go to Representative Power.
Oh, okay, thank you. So anyway, at max, I have seen approximately 350 voters show up. That's it. So I can guarantee you people are not reaching out for information.
Representative Power.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for interrupting, but I was being informed that there are members of the committee who are carrying on conversations while another member is speaking, and it was a reaction for me to try to signal to those members to please stop talking.
Thank you very much for that. Members who are talking, please stop. Representative Stavis.
I think there's sufficient questions about what's in this bill and what the implications might be that it's just not ready for prime time. Again, I'm going to say that I support the ITL. I just think the bill is vague, and I think that the notion behind it is assumed and may or may not be true, and I just think it's just not ready. I agree that it's an important issue and perhaps one that warrants further study, but not today.
Seeing no more comments, Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll on the motion of ITL on HB 1120?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chairman Power.
Yes.
Representative Guthrie.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative LaSalle's.
Yes.
Representative Ukella.
No.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Allwood.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
No.
Representative Stavis.
Yes.
Representative Tatro.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Majori.
Yes.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
No.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Frack.
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
No.
Motion passes 15-4.
Okay, motion of ITL was made by Representative Brown. So Representative Brown, you will be writing the committee report for the motion of ITL. Is there any objection? Well, does anybody want to put this on other than the consent calendar, the regular calendar? If there's an objection, there is 4 against. Normally, if it's 3 or above, usually it goes on the regular calendar. Who's going to write? All right, let me ask this first. Who's going to write the report against? Representative Yocala?
If you want me to, I will.
If Representative Yocala can get it to me promptly, yes, I would love you to.
Sure, I will write it.
Very good. So why don't we, is there an objection to it going on to the consent calendar? Hearing none, it will go on the consent calendar. There. What's that?
So you don't need me to then?
Oh yeah, we still want to report as to why. You can object to it going on the consent, and it will. It won't. I mean.
I don't believe, I think that you need to check with the clerk, but I don't believe things on the consent calendar have minority reports. Otherwise, they would be on
absolutely. They always do. Oh, yeah.
On the consent calendar.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen that. Okay, that's fine.
We always do. I know that, yeah. So are you objecting to the consent calendar?
Sure, let's go ahead and object, and then I'll write the committee report and
There
make
you
this super
go.
simple.
All right.
Awesome. So it's not. So it's not.
Glad we got past that. All right, that closes the exec on HB 1120. Okay, we already talked about 1124. That one is still under the microscopes, as is 1180. So when the clerk is ready, and it appears he is, we're going to open up the executive hearing on HB 1125. And I believe Representative Stavis, you have a motion on an.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer Amendment 2024-0784H. This is an amendment that's
Up. Do we have a second?
Second.
On the amendment. Representative Tatro seconds. Representative Stavis.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Got carried away there. This is an amendment that really shortens this bill to its and kind of boils it down to its essence. I worked really hard with the sponsor to understand exactly what the goal of the very long bill that she originally presented to us was. And the goal is simply to include county commission and delegation meetings in the 91A requirements for public comment, including public comment. So this is a very simple bill right now. It just adds a new section to 91A that states that residents of the county may participate in meetings of the county commission or delegation, and they will have at least 3 minutes to speak in a session designated by the chair of the commission or the delegation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this bill? Representative Brown? Thank you. Seeing none, I'll make the comment. I am totally in support. There were some minor changes that Representative Stavis made, and fully support it. So seeing no more further comments, Representative, or Mr. Clerk, I always say that. Could you call the roll on the amendment for HB 1125, motion of auto pass?
Okay, Vice Chairman Power,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative LaSalle.
Yes.
Representative Ukella.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Allwood.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Stavis.
Yes.
Representative Tetro.
Yes.
Representative Alberger.
Yes.
Representative Majority.
Yes.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
Yes.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Frack.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 19-0.
Thank you. Representative Stavis, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move ought to pass as amended on HB 1125.
Do I have a second on that? Representative Priest, Representative Howland seconds. Further discussion on OTP as amended, Representative Ukella?
Thank you. We just got through a bill about allowing where people asked their elected representatives questions about how they voted and spurring discussion about that. And then in this bill, it forbids the asking of questions. And I think that just as you might ask, I think it should not be against the law to ask the questions. I think the people have no responsibility to answer the questions, but I think that that having the language in the law saying that no person shall ask questions of any commissioner or delegation member, I feel like that is kind of going down the wrong road. And so, especially in placing that in the right to know section of law in our, I think that's especially problematic. And so, I don't support that. I don't think that there is any punishments if someone does ask the question. So, I think it's just the principle of the issue of being transparent and not that, this person's going to get arrested or whatever for asking a question that's unlawful to ask. So.
Representative Priest, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Within the 3 minutes that they're allowed to speak, they can ask all the questions they want to the commission members in their comments. And whether or not the commission members or the delegation choose to answer them, that's up to them. But they do have the right to ask the questions. Thank you.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm confused. Being a newbie to being a delegation member, I go to the meeting. They have the business portion, then they have a public comment portion, and then they open the floor to questions, or actually, before the public comment, they have each member of the department come up and explain their position, and at that point, they open up questions. So I'm confused by forbidding questioning.
Further comments? Representative Cahill, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to read the line 13 for us. It says, "No person shall ask questions of any commission or delegation member." So it does actually say what Representative you.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to support this amendment, and it's unfortunate that there is that sentence specifying that no person shall ask a question of any commissioner or delegation member. I would be able to support this amendment if that was not in the amendment. And like the Representative Priest had mentioned, that the person providing public input, they should be able to say what they want, even if it's in the form of a question. There's no obligation for a commissioner or a delegation member to respond and answer that question, but I don't feel that it should be prohibited. Thank you.
Representative Save.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for your valuable input. I'm sure that the prime sponsor would be happy to have this amendment amended. And I would be happy to take that phrase out. Probably could do so this afternoon. I don't know what that would do to our schedule, Mr. Chair, but I would be happy to take that phrase out.
No, we haven't voted. No.
No.
We currently have a motion and a second. So I believe we. Let's take we've got time. Let's take about a 5-minute recess here while I think about this.
Right or wrong, we already voted on it. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Everybody back? So we have already voted on the amendment. The amendment has already been put in. So we are actually on a ought to pass as amended motion. So the amendment has already replaced the bill. So we are voting on HB 1125 as amended by 2024-0784H. Representative Cahill, what?
This is just a question of the chair. Are we allowed to make a motion to reconsider our vote on the amendment?
After we have to vote, we have to complete this vote here. Would it?
Mr. Chair, another question? No?
Still think about your first one.
Well, could the person that made the motion reconsider their motion right now?
Hold on. I don't know. 5-minute recess. I'm gonna call the clerk. Okay, here, let's go, guys. So here is, once everybody is listening, here is what we are going to do. We are in the middle of this vote. I was unable to get a hold of Paul, but the amendment has already been passed. The current motion is to pass as amended. I'm going to suggest we continue on. We will vote on this, just like the other bill that Representative that I spoke about. Representative Power is correct. We need to be consistent here. I would say if this passes, a floor amendment can be done. I don't want to start retracting votes and doing all this stuff. I think we need to be consistent. We push forward with where we are. And if it passes now, then Representative Stavis or whoever can do a very simple floor amendment to make this go. Representative Lascelles.
Yes, and I am addressing Representative Stavis. Do you know what the intent of the amendment was? It seems to me, and Representative Priest and I had a short discussion on this. It seems to me that we want people in the public comment period to be able to ask questions. This sentence seems to throw that out the window, but perhaps the intent was that a person could ask a question, but of the body as a whole, not toward a specific individual.
I think that's fairly correct. I know at our committee, delegation meetings, we have public comment periods, but we do not, and we make clear, or the chairman of the committee makes clear at the beginning, this is for public comment only. This is not for asking questions. That's how we operate it. I think this is attempting to get to that, but I think it could be probably a little bit clearer. That's why I'd just like to say we move on. And then if it passes, the Representative Stavis can put a floor amendment in. Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Representative Lascelles was asking me a question with that. And yes, you're absolutely right. The answer to that question is yes. The intent of that language, although inartfully drafted, I will admit, is to prevent a kind of back and forth tit for tat with individual delegation or commission members. And in our planning board and on our city council, we make that very clear at the outset of the public comment section. So I'm happy to offer a floor amendment should this bill go forward that would strike this language or create better language that we can all agree on. But I agree that we should be consistent and go forward with the process we're already in the middle of this bill.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on House Bill 1359, I offered a floor amendment. It failed. Then the motion went forward, ought to pass. And then after that a vote was taken, the chairman said, well, if the amendment had been written differently, etc. I see this as the same scenario that's we're facing right now. And I would say that there absolutely is no guarantee that anybody's going to file a floor amendment. And I would also state very firmly that this committee, we need to vote on what is in front of us right here and now, and not something that we think, might manifest, in the future in another body or on the floor. I would really say that people need to think about that. So I don't recommend to cast a vote otherwise based on anything else but what is in front of us here right now. Thank you.
Representative Gallagher.
So just since there seems to be a lot of confusion about the no person shall ask questions of any commission or delegation member, I'd just like to note that that was in the original bill as unamended too. So that's not something that the amendment introduced. So withdrawing the amendment wouldn't remove it or anything. It would require another amendment anyways. So
Okay, what I'd like to do here, can we speak more, so we can get going on it, to the bill itself and not the process? The process, we already decided how it's gonna go forward. We will vote on what is here, and that's it. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To address a couple of comments, I will vote for this bill as amended, and I have faith in my fellow members of the committee that a member will forward a floor amendment to correct the issue of clarity on that line item. Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
I'd like to echo my colleagues' comments. I will be voting for this, and I would ask for help from someone to help me do a floor amendment. I will do the floor amendment, and I've never done one, and I will do the floor amendment.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will also be voting for this bill. I think it's very important that it's specific in the state statutes that people are allowed to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll on HB 1125 as amended OTP.
Okay, Vice Chairman Power,
No.
Representative Guthrie.
Yes.
Clerk votes no. Representative Lasalas,
Yes.
Representative Keller,
No.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Alward,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Tetro,
Yes.
Representative Alberger,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Gallagher,
yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Frank,
Yes.
and Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
OTPA passes 16-3.
Okay, 16-3. Majority report, Representative Stavis, I believe you'll be writing. Is there objections to going on the consent calendar? Representative Yokella objects, so it will not go on consent. Who would like to write the minority report on this? Representative Yokella? Okay. Okay, with that, that closes the exec session on 11:25. It is 12:15, and we start our House hearings at 1 p.m. So we will see everybody then.
Yeah, when?
They gave me a space so I didn't have to move my car. They gave me a spot to park. Sure.
I want your spot.
Why?
Final Jeopardy last night, the subject was
fix
presidential history or something. Very interesting.
whoever was running against Reagan.
Two sheets.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's 1 o'clock, and we will go ahead and open up the public hearing on HB. Hold on a second, I just thought of something. Okay, open up the hearing on HB 1371 relative to allowing the land use master plan to include a section on waste reduction. And I believe, would that be Representative Ebel?
Thank you very much.
Or Ebel? Ebel, excellent. Okay, you have the floor.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Chair Turcott, and thank you to the committee for having me today to discuss this bill. My name is Karen Ebel, and I represent Merrimack District 7, which is New London and Newbury. So I come to you today with HB 1371, but I'm here in my capacity as the chair of New Hampshire's Solid Waste Working Group, which I don't think I've been here before. I haven't really discussed this with your committee, but it is a stakeholder committee that represents many people from different parts of the state concerning solid waste. So we have landfill operator on there, municipalities, folks in charge of recycling, a representative of the governor. It's a very broad group. And our primary charge under the statute is to work with DES in support of achievement of the newly issued, as in October of 2022, Solid Waste Management Plan, which outlines a lot of the goals for the state on how to do better on solid waste. And I think you all know that's been a pretty hot topic around here lately. We do have, as of a year or so ago, new solid waste diversion goals, meaning the amount of solid waste you're trying to keep out of landfills and incinerators. Our goal is to have a 25% reduction in weight by 2030 and a 45% reduction in weight by 2050. And obviously landfills and their capacity is a big issue. So one of the goals is to try to keep as much as we can out of the landfills so that we can retain it for New Hampshire solid waste. So in many ways, municipalities are really in the front lines of this effort. And it's a really important role that municipalities have to fulfill on behalf of their constituency. In fact, there's a letter here from the New Hampshire Municipal Association in support of this bill, and they put very clearly in there that it is a statutory responsibility of municipalities to take care of the solid waste for their folks. In fact, my first involvement and where a lot of this solid waste interest was generated was several years ago when China said they weren't going to take our plastic and mixed paper anymore, and municipalities were really floundering, trying to figure out what to do with it. So they really are in the front lines, and it is a big expense for a lot of them. So many of the goals in the solid waste management plan involve municipalities. We are encouraging them and supporting their education efforts, diversion work, and citizens really are paying attention to what's happening with their trash. So that's how the Solid Waste Working Group actually came to suggest that we introduce House Bill 1371. And it's a simple bill, and what it would do, it would amend the section of the statute that currently outlines the optional portions of the master plan. So I'm sure you guys are all very familiar with it, but sometimes it's helpful to just have the statute in front of you. So I gave you a copy of the statute. So the statute is broken up into the things that are optional and the things that are required. And just myself and as a group, we were really, really surprised to see such an important statutory responsibility for municipalities isn't even included in the topic of planning for solid waste, isn't even included in the optional portions of the master plan. So we thought that that was a really important thing given everything else and their statutory responsibilities that we do put it in the master plan. I want to emphasize here that it's a well-known fact in the state of New Hampshire that towns only have the powers that are granted to them by the state, and we've seen that in many different contexts, whether it's been guns, speed limits, you know, just about anything. And I think that it would be very important for the towns to very specifically have stated in the statute that they have the option of putting waste reduction in their master plan. So I have a couple of other support letters here. One is from the Northeast Resource Recovery Association. Those folks talk about being on the front lines. They're working with municipalities all the time in the development of their recycling plans and contracts. They support this bill. There's also something here from the Conservation Law Foundation, and there's generally uniform recognition that solid waste is a big topic in New Hampshire right now, and municipalities should be encouraged to focus on it and also be given the option to put it in their master plan. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for being well prepared, especially by delivering the RSAs. That's very good. Representative Gallagher.
Hi, thanks for introducing. So my first reaction is just this seems like a pretty obvious addition. Do you know why it wasn't already listed there? Was it just an oversight, or was there a particular reason for leaving it out?
I mean, I honestly had the same question. And because I was looking through, just in thinking with the solid waste working group about, you know, what we're trying to achieve here. I actually was on a planning board in my town for 20 years, and I survived. But it led me to look at the master plan statute, and I honestly was rather shocked that waste reduction and solid waste management isn't in here. And I just have to believe that it's oversight without, I just want to say that there are things in here that, you know, when you compare them to solid waste management, I would really like to have solid waste management in here. I think it's a glaring absence.
Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You said you've been on a planning board for a long time, so
Yeah,
I don't know what town it is, and
New London.
okay, I don't know what happens to your master plan after you do it. Some communities it goes into a bottom drawer. Could you tell me why it wouldn't be better to keep the solid waste subject, which is so important and costs the town so much money, to keep it as it is now, separate, and have a separate plan in each community instead of overlapping it into the master plan?
Well, let's see. I would just start out by saying that if there's any community that wants to focus exclusively on their solid waste management in a really big way, that would be a fantastic idea. But like many communities, you know, they have so many other things that they're doing. The master plan requirement is a requirement. They're supposed to do it. I realize they don't all do it. But I think that putting it in the plan gives an opportunity to build on that for the future. I mean, I guess I would say I was on the planning board for 20 years and I chaired it for the last 10. And we really, any actions that we took, they were very much grounded in the master plan. And I think, I mean, that's really the way it's supposed to be.
Right.
And any town that is going to all the effort of developing a master plan certainly shouldn't be just putting it in the bottom drawer. And so I agree with you on that, but and I guess I would also say that if you put something shorter in the master plan, then that would be a really good vehicle to build on to develop an independent plan for your town.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you think it's fair to say that the evolution of the master plan statute evolves with time, and that as issues come to the fore, they ought to be included because they weren't at the fore in prior eras? Electric vehicle charging stations, for example, land use for alternative energy production, for example, waste reduction. All these issues are frequently recently developing issues. And the master plan statute takes time for it to become complete, and it probably never will be complete because issues continue to evolve. Would you say that that is true of waste reduction?
Well, just going back to the beginning of your question, yes, I think the master plan section has been evolving. I mean, on the handy dandy statute that I passed out to you, you can see all the different times that it's been amended. I would say, just as a general matter, waste reduction and solid waste management is just a really basic function of a town. And I mean, even though time moves on, to get back to Representative Gallagher's comment, it really should have been here right from the beginning, I think. But that also shows you that in many cases, it's like the poor stepchild or whatever. You know, a lot of people don't think so much about it. But it's really important. And so by putting it in here, it's a real statement from the state that says, yes, you should be focusing on this. And I would just go back again to the point that, I mean, I just was in another committee working on an issue that allowed municipalities to have a little bit more control over their speed limits. And clearly, in that case, as here, they only have the authority that we grant them. So it's in some ways alarming that the authority to have the option to put waste reduction in your master plan isn't even in our statutes.
Representative LaSalle, were you going to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You should feel at home here. We have a lot of solid waste in this committee. But
I'll try to come back.
One of the questions that I have is that approximately 25% of solid waste is wet garbage. And if we were able, there was a time in my life when I used Russian red worms to eat that solid garbage, because I felt that it's great when you take a negative and make a positive out of it. And do you know, in your travels working in this area, whether there's any sort of initiative toward recycling of wet garbage into fertilizer?
You hit on one of my favorite subjects,
Wow.
Representative. We actually, one of the big things that we've worked on in the solid waste working group is promotion of better handling of food waste, which I think is what you mean. And I mean, again, coming back to towns, this is a way that towns can start to get a handle on the tipping fees and the processing issues, because 25%, you're right, of in weight of what's going into our landfills is in fact food waste. And we're really trying to do more education concerning food waste. Someone is here from DES, they can talk to you about that. But you know, it starts in many cases while laying out a plan. I mean, in our town, we're now doing composting. It's worked out great, but we started out with a poll, and we tried to find out whether people were interested in it. And then we also established a waste reduction committee, which I'm not on. But anyway, it's just really helpful to do more planning for precisely that reason. And we should be doing more composting. It's a waste of our landfill space and also of organic matter that could otherwise be used.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. What is the magnitude of solid waste problem in New Hampshire now in our communities?
Well, that's a really big question. I would say there's too much of it.
Well, yeah.
I think that we really should be doing more reuse. We should be doing more recycling. And, you know, that will save communities money, but it also is a better use of products rather than throwing them away. I mean, I think we could talk about this for a really long time.
Yes, if we could, if
So
we
I'll
could
stop.
kind of bring our focus back to the subject matter,
Well,
please.
and can we do it, please?
Go ahead.
Regarding the master plan, are there protocols that communities can use to address these various elements of solid waste, like recycling, wet waste, landfills, you name it? Thank you.
I think education is a huge piece of what we're trying to accomplish at the state level. DES is developing protocols, regional planning commissions have protocols. The New Hampshire Resource Recovery Association works very closely with towns to develop protocols. But, you know, it does start with planning, and it's really, really a key point. And I just think it's incredibly important to get this into the master plan statute.
Are there any questions discussing about putting this into the master plan? Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. So from your testimony, it seems like your interpretation of the statute may be that the planning and zoning people can only have sections in it which are listed, and not that they may have whatever they want as long as they do the requirements. And it also seems like you are saying that it is extremely important that the state encourage them to do this. So I guess my question is the first part of my belief that your interpretation of the statute is correct, that you're not able to currently have any language in your master plan regarding this? And if it is super important by the state, then shouldn't it be in the required section and not in the optional section? So can you talk a little bit about that?
I'd be happy to. I mean, I don't think it's just my opinion that the optional part of this is basically the framework that a community has to deal with. I mean, this is a Dillon's rules state, and either you believe that towns only have the ability to do what the state allows them to do, or you don't. I mean, you can't like pick and choose when that law applies and when it doesn't. So that's number one. Number two, you know, as a legislator and as a member of this fine body, sure, I would like to come in here and ask you to put it into the required section. I think it's really important, but I just, looking at what's in the required section now, they're really global topics. It seemed to me that the best approach to start with is to put it in the optional section. But, you know, I defer to the committee. If you want to make it required, it's certainly all right with me.
Representative Holland.
So my question, thank you for taking my question. So my question really revolves right now, at least in my community, and I was on our solid waste program for a long time. It really resides in the budgetary section. So we've been reacting to the fluctuations in commodity prices, and we're trying to figure out how to get rid of stuff out of the landfill and also make it economically viable. So we're already working on it. Are we going to gain more by putting it in the master plan? Does that help us more with the strategic planning? Because we're already in the, you know, when we're doing the budgeting, it sits in our capital improvement and we talk about new trucks and all the equipment. Are we going to gain a lot more if we do put it in the master plan, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, I would say that's your town, you know. I mean, a lot of towns, they're not as focused on it as maybe you would be. But, I mean, if you look at like, in my town, we're talking about a new police station. We're talking about more different zoning for, you know, housing. A lot of the continuing conversations, whether they're based on whether it revolves funding or zoning or whatever, should be grounded in a plan that's been developed by over time with a lot of input. And I realize the budget process does have, you know, people that get involved in the budget process, but how much better would it be to have what you're doing grounded in a forward-looking plan for your town?
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. If putting this in the required section, would that create an unfunded mandate on the towns? Education and outreach and needs analysis?
I mean, no, I would say no more than what is already in here, but I'm not sitting here asking you to put it in the required section.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah, I just, you know, anyway.
Representative Gallagher.
So as one of the relatively newer members of the committee, without quite as much experience in local government, so let's say we pass this bill as is, and now municipalities can include such a section in their master plans. How would I, as a member of my community, go about getting my municipality to include it? Like, how would people who what's the process for what do you think the likelihood is that municipalities will actually make use of this ability?
In my experience, municipalities look at this statute and they see the topics that they can be discussing. I mean, they obviously also look at the master plans that they did before. But if I was someone that wanted to engage and get my town to do something, I would go to the responsible governing body. You can go, I don't know if you have, you have a planning board in Concord. You can go there, you can go to the selectmen, you know, and make your voice known just like you could in any other topic.
Representative Frack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Would you say that the optional sections of a master plan are more of a hint as to what town should put into or could put into rather than a mandate?
They're not mandates. I think they're very strong suggestions that the legislature thought strongly enough about this issue that the towns really should be considering putting them in. And that's why, again, I come to where I started. It's just kind of shocking and alarming, shocking with a lowercase s, that you wouldn't have something about solid waste in your master plan. It just seems so pivotal.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak, and thank you for taking my question. I have done numerous master plans in the past, so many that I've lost count as a planner. Usually we would put them in the community facilities section. Is there an advantage of having their own section as things to look at?
I think absolutely. I mean, it just takes, I mean, if you're looking at community facilities, you're probably looking at police stations and fire stations, schools and stuff like this, and that this can sort of be tucked to the side. You know, but the other thing is that I would say not everybody puts trash in the community facilities section, you know? I mean, they just may not do it, or they might just look at the transfer station and whether it's big enough. I mean, I can see that happening, but whether your transfer station is big enough really isn't the same thing as solid waste management.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I have another
Thank you.
pink card with a Michael Nork.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Nork. I'm with the New Hampshire DES Solid Waste Management Bureau, and I head up the section on planning, education, and materials management, which is a blanket term for recycling, basically. New Hampshire DES does support this effort. We believe that planning at the local level for waste reduction, diversion, recycling, all of the above is an important aspect. As Representative Ebel mentioned, the state issued a solid waste management plan in late 2022, which kind of outlines a vision or a roadmap for how solid waste should be managed statewide. And I think it's important to just realize that that plan is DES will obviously have a central role in implementing that plan, but support from municipalities through local planning efforts would definitely help to uphold implementation and make sure that we're making progress towards that plan. So DES supports it. That's really all I wanted to say. If there are any questions, I'm happy to address.
Thank you. Are there any questions relating to putting waste reduction section into the master plan? Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Since the state has its own plan, what is the concern that a municipality has the power to create their own plan, maybe in conflict with DES's plan, and trying to kind of work at cross purposes? And why wouldn't you just be referring to the state plan instead of having a fractured approach with, 250 different solutions to the same problem?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I don't think that it needs to be kind of duplicative or at cross purposes. I think one of the points I was trying to make is that DES is going to have a central role in implementing the solid waste management plan, which is kind of this overarching 10-year plan. But we're going to need support. We can't do it all on our own. And I think having municipalities as key players in that sphere to help support implementation of the plan. So I think this could be an opportunity for municipalities to think more about implementing aspects of the plan in their own local master plan. So I guess that's just how we would like to see it.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I have no more pink cards on the blue sign-up sheet. I had the two individuals who spoke already in favor, along with the NHMA in favor. Having no more pink cards, we'll go ahead and close the hearing on HB 1371. Thank you. Okay, we'll now open up the hearing on HB 1506 relative to require votes for the approval issuance of bonds. Representative Cahill, since you're up and about, could you introduce it?
Good afternoon, committee members. Great to see you. I'm here today to introduce HB 1506 relative to required votes to approve insurance of bonds. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we go ahead and close the hearing on HB 1506. The next one we have is at 1:40, so we have about 10 minutes. Actually, since most people are here and we have about 10 minutes, I'm just going to go over a quick note I have here on potential scheduling for March, okay? As of right now, the notice just went out for March 6th, which is a Wednesday. We will be doing that. Our last day to have everything done, including committee reports, are the 20th. So what I'm trying to do is find an additional 2 days in addition to the 6th prior to the 20th that we can meet. Now there's some conflicts, all kinds of things going on. On the 20th, what I'd like to do with that is hold that one open for us just in case there's anything that's we have to finalize we could do in the morning and get that out. So as of now, we're looking at the 6th. The next week, normally we would do it on a Tuesday or Wednesday. The Wednesday, unfortunately, your chairman has his federal jury duty commitment. The 12th, of course, is the election day. So that week, well, let me back up. If we do not have a House session on the 7th, I'm going to put that down as one of our days. We will know that probably tomorrow or the next day whether or not that's going to go. And then we're going to have to find another day in that next week other than the 12th and 13th. The 14th will almost assuredly be a House session. So in that week we would be looking at, and I hate to do it, but either a Monday or a Friday or possibly the next. No, we can't do it the next week either because we want to hold the 20th open just for the morning. So think about which day is better or worse for everybody on a Monday or a Friday. I know it sucks, but the week of the 11th. What's that? Okay. Why don't you kind of get a feel for your committee, see what they, or your members and see what they think. And if we can get it done on the 7th, if we can get the 7th, that would really help. Just so you know, on the 6th, we're going to hear the last 4 bills we have, or 5. And other than execing, we'll be done. And just so everybody's aware, it hasn't, I don't think it's gone out yet. On the 6th, we're going to be hearing a non-germane bill. It's going to be a bill on local options for casino and horse racing. Okay, so you need to be prepared for that. That's probably going to be a long one, just so everybody knows. That'll be in the afternoon on the 6th. I've spoken to the bill that we're going to use was one of Representative Roy's that he's not pursuing because it's going to be included in 1124. And I've already gotten approval from the speaker. It does touch on municipal and county. The existing regs in there has the local option for approving or disapproving a Keno. So this is nothing more than also having the local option to approve or disapprove of those two issues. So just wanted everybody to be apprised of that. That'll be a kind of an interesting one. So anyway, the 6th, hopefully the 7th, and then the following week, one of those days, and then we'll use the 20th for cleanup in case we have anything left. That was pretty vague, wasn't it? Other than the 6th? Sorry. Okay, folks, it is 1:40. We're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on HB 1345 relative to the length of terms for COAS county officers. I believe Representative Davis is here. The prime sponsor, you have the floor. Committee hearing's open.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name's Representative Arnold Davis. I'm from Milan, New Hampshire, COAS District 2, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 1345. This bill will simply change the length of the term from 2 years to 4 years for COAS County Sheriff, County Attorney, County Treasurer, the Register of Deeds, and the Register of Probate. I believe this has already been enacted in Rockingham County, and I haven't heard of any pushback or any apparent issues with that. For the record, all 9 delegation members have approved this. The 3 commissioners are on board. There's been, everybody's in approval in COAS. There's a couple of people that are going to speak behind me today, so if there's any questions, they may be better qualified to answer, but I'll try to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Is there any officers in this state that you oppose having a 4-year term instead of a 2-year term? Like, I mean, I can give examples, but is there any office that you think should have the that addition, like the responsibility to the voters that it does now, and that we should not move towards a 4-year term for every elected office in the state?
Well, thank you for the question. I'm just asking for COAS County, not the entire state, but I think what happens for a 2-year term, you get elected to your position, you spend probably 8 months to a year trying to learn that job. Next thing you know, you're running for election again. And I think in some cases, these people may leave a good job to take this job, and after 2 years, they're out. If it happened to go that way.
Follow up.
Thank you. Couldn't you say that same statement about all of the elected positions that are 2-year terms in the state, like the governor or the secretary of state or state representatives or senators? Like, can you give me an example of why the voters need less oversight over these people than the other people entrusted? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think I can answer that for you.
No.
Well, wait,
When you get up there, you can talk about it.
I'll let him, if he's speaking after me, I'll let him answer that for you. Sorry.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. On line 15, I'm kind of confused by what it says. And at each subsequent state general election, any such officer in Rockingham County. Is this a mistake? Shouldn't this be Coast
It should
County?
be COAS County.
Yeah, okay. No.
Representative Priest, that's existing language?
Oh, yes.
That is, yeah. So that should be changed.
Well,
No,
That's not subject to the.
I see. Okay. Thank you for the
Representative
clarification.
Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I come from Rockingham County. And could you tell me, these officers, how long they've been holding that term? How long, is this their first, they're all in their first term, their second term? In other words, do they have any seniority or, the experience seemed to be the thing that was hung on with Rockingham County. The comment you made that, they're there in there, it takes them a year or so to get going. Mm-hmm. And then once they feel comfortable, because the difference between these positions is they're jobs.
You're right.
They're not, and I hate to say it, like state representatives or selectmen or whatever that, it's, but the point was made that these were jobs. And I ask you, how long have they been in their jobs? And is that why you have the confidence in letting them stay there for 4 years instead of 2 years in the future?
Well, we've got a couple of them here to speak today.
Everybody's
So
been
that-
in there at least 1 term or 2 years?
I believe so. Yes.
Because that seemed to be one of the strong points, that they had served their term, they had the experience. Just like in any other job, you look at your employees, say, okay, gee, they're doing a good job, we'll keep them. And that was, I don't know if that's the situation in your county. It was in Rockingham, where every one of those people that were considered to go to a longer term was the cost of the running for office, and the fact that they were all in the office for a significant amount of time and they were experienced in their job.
Yep, I believe that is the case in Coos as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Gallagher.
So one of the arguments that was made in favor of doing this for Rockingham County was that, oh, Rockingham County has such a large population that it makes it harder to run campaigns. Now, Coos County is one of the smaller counties, isn't it? So would that argument still make sense in your case as well?
I don't know if that would have an effect on this.
Representative,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is it your belief that because Rockingham County has the ability to do this, that Coos County has the ability to do this, and that's what you guys wish to do?
Well, I was asked by a lot of these positions if this would be possible, and we looked into it and saw that there wasn't a problem in Rockingham. Thought it may be feasible for Coos.
Representative LaSalle.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. And I look back at the arguments that were made for Rockingham County, and one of the reasons, and I'm just asking if, in your mind, if it applies to Coos also, is that a lot of these officers have staffs, and the staff is equally important as the elected officer. So if the officer was to lose his job, would then the staff be unsettled there? Is that your impression? Do you think that applies?
I believe that's possible, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Representative.
Thank you.
Next person up I have is Keith Roberge. Hold on. Put on your mic.
First time. Sorry. So I actually been with Coos County since 1998. I've gone through 4 sheriffs. You can be a sheriff for 4 years, 8 years sometimes. Sheriff's office and police work. Sheriff's office and police work it's a different thing. Coos County has actually not as many people, but we have a big land mass, and we don't have the same amount of people as Rockingham or anybody else, so it's hard to find really good employees. I think it's very important. I hate to see someone come in for a 2-year term, and their first year they're trying to learn a job, the second year they're trying to keep their job, and I've watched it because I've gone through numerous sheriffs. I just think it's kind of important to get somebody in there. If you can't do the job in 4 years, then hopefully someone else will run against them, in my personal opinion, and beat them out. But you need 4 years to actually get your feet on the ground and actually understand the position. You can be a cop all day long. Our sheriff now with the deputy chief, great deputy chief, he came in here, eye opener, we do a ton of different stuff. I can seize your property, I can evict you, I can do a bunch of stuff that the police don't do. So it's very important to get somebody in there that actually can understand a job and not have to worry about running, just like you guys have to run all the time. I just think it's very important for Coos County because we have a lot of the northern border. You've seen a lot of opposition against it, you know, like putting people up there because we got a lot of land mass and not a lot of cops. And to keep cops, it's been a great 26 years. I just think it's very important to get a sheriff that can stay for 4 years and understand Coos County and actually make it work. That's
Testimony done? Very good, Representative Power.
Thank
Keep
you.
your mic on, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I missed your introduction. Are you with the Sheriff's Department in Coos County? Are you the sheriff?
So I'm a captain of the sheriff's office, and like I said, I've been on since 1998, and I've gone through 4 different sheriffs and seen 4 different administrations that does stuff different. That's kind of where I think 4 years make a big difference because you can't get it done in 2 years. You need to really understand our department and how it works, and we're not any other county. We're unique in Coos.
Further questions? Representative Yokella, do you have a question?
Thank you. Can you restate what you were saying as far as the turnover in the position? And can you elaborate on if any of the people in the positions that we're currently talking about did not get reelected after their first term, and therefore the voters would have been deprived in that situation of making a quick change where they thought that there was something going wrong in that office? Thank you.
And Coos County doesn't have a big turnover. Like if you're a sheriff and you're doing a good job, and a sheriff does a good job with the people that he has under him, and he has to rely on the guys that are there. A new sheriff my personal opinion, new sheriff comes in and fires everybody. Well, I think he's the dumbest sheriff that's out there because his guys actually know what's going on, unless they're not good, and then you kind of get rid of them. But you don't really have a big turnover in Coos just because you don't have a lot of people that run, because we're not a big county people-wise, but we're a big county land-wise. It's hard to keep good people, and we have good people. So I think the deputies have done a great job just helping the sheriff be successful. If that answers your question, that kind of...
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you. Can you
Follow-up.
specifically state, to your knowledge, has there been anyone in Coos County that has only served 1 term and then got voted out by the voters? Thank you.
So you have Sheriff Loven that started Coos County full-time in 1998. I think he did a term, maybe 2, I'm not sure at that point. Chief Al Tadif came in, he did 1 term, and he actually said, this isn't for me. He didn't like the politics of it, didn't like the civil part of it. He said, this isn't being a cop. And he actually got elected sheriff and resigned. And that's how Jerry Marcoux got in. And Jerry Marcoux is sheriff, who was a state trooper, local PD, went through, and he got to a point where he did, I think, 8 years, and said, I've had it, I'm done. And then that's when the current sheriff, Brian Valerino, who's the deputy chief, stepped in, ran, and he's been there since. So I've watched him come and go. It's not for everybody. It's a hard position. It's really taxing.
Further questions, Representative Majori?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And I think I heard you correctly talking about the challenges that law enforcement has up at the border. And I'm wondering, this bill, we've had this bill many, many times in municipal and county about all of the same positions. But am I hearing am I hearing correctly that Coos County has that much more pressure for the sheriff and the county attorney, possibly because of, and I'm not saying the emergent border issue, but the just having to control the border. Does that make any sense?
It does. I don't think it has anything to do with the border. The border on the election part, you know what? The border is the border. We have a lot of woodland. If we've done a lot with Stone Garden, everything else, we're out there a lot. You can't cover that. So I don't think it really has anything to do with the election part. It just has to do with getting someone in that can understand the job. And personally, being here since '98, I really believe it takes you 4 years to actually understand this job. And like I said, not that I haven't been around, and I've been in Coos County. I haven't left. I've had plenty of opportunities. I love Coos County, but it takes you time, and it's a lot of work to be a sheriff.
Further questions? Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. In your estimation, and having been there as long as you have, what is the approximate cost of the learning curve of these positions, 2 versus 4 years?
Learning curve. It's hard to describe. Every county is different. Rockingham County does patrol. Every county, we're a small county. We don't have the opportunity to say, hey, you're going to do rural patrol. You're going to do, our guys do transports, they do civil writs, we evict people, we take kids from their parents. Like, we do it all. And it is taxing, but we're not like any other county. And that, personally, like I said, 4 years, you're going to get a sheriff that will know this job. In 4 years, you're either going to get it or you're not. And if you don't get it, then the people are going to vote you out, or you're going to run again and say, I want this. That's my personal opinion.
Further question, Representative Fract.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understand you correctly, you are an employee rather than elected. Is that correct?
Correct.
Follow up. As an employee, when you get a new sheriff, how disruptive is that, or is that disruptive to your job as the new sheriff learns his job?
So I've been lucky because I've had good sheriffs that came in, but it could be very disruptive. And I've seen other counties that I'm not going to name that sheriffs have come in and disrupted the whole county. We don't have that in Coos. It's worked very well in Coos, but we've worked very well together, and the sheriffs that have been elected have lived in Coos County. They've worked the whole county. They understand how the county works. So we've been lucky in Coos.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Brian Ballerino. When you introduce yourself, could you also say, I'm assuming you're in favor, but who you are specifically and what your title is?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Brian Ballerino. I'm currently the High Sheriff of Coos County. I had a lot of talking points, but it seems like my captain covered pretty much all of them, so I appreciate that. I just a little bit of background, I guess, is what I can offer you now. I did my entire career with Berlin PD, ended up by being the deputy chief. I did 26 years. I went from the criminal world to, when I retired, to the civil world. So that was a whole different learning process for me. When the captain pointed out that it takes a while to learn the job, it was an eye-opener because I wasn't used to that. Luckily, I had great staff that we accomplished a lot of goals that I had. I didn't have any disruptions. I didn't lose anybody to another agency or anything like that. You know, you got to go in there. It's like any other job. If you want to change things, you got to make change a little bit slow, because if you don't, it's going to upset the whole apple cart. So we were able to do that, but I am in favor of this bill. It doesn't affect me personally at this point because this is my last term, and the captain is going to be running for the high sheriff position. But I fully support that. especially when I got there as sheriff, there were some training and equipment needs that needed to be done. I had set some goals up, and there's no way I could have done that in 2 years. I was fortunate that I didn't have anybody run against me. So with that respect, that was good, but you're always thinking about it I just don't think the 2 years is enough. But again, it has no impact on me personally, but I think that having a 4-year term, you can set those goals realistically and not try and cram everything in within a 2-year period.
Questions, Representative Lasalas?
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony and thanks for your service. I think Coos County is unique when you look at the counties in New Hampshire. I mean, we have the border, which has already been touched upon, but you also have a lot of unincorporated areas. You have towns without police departments. So the job of the sheriff's department in Coos is unique, and in my way of thinking, your testimony, and I just like your thoughts on it. It does require the extra time, the 4 years, and I'd like you to comment on that.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, you're absolutely right. Coos is unique, and we're unique as a law enforcement community as well. I mean, we get along great with state police, with the locals, with Berlin PD. We need to be there for each other because it's not like Southern New Hampshire where you're going to have people coming all over the place. But you need to have that buy-in from your citizens in Coos County. So you gotta go out into the unincorporated areas. You gotta meet these people. And as the captain said, I mean, yes, we are a small population up there, but the county is big. And when we don't have transports or civil stuff, we try and send people out in the unincorporated areas. And I think we've made great strides with that. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for your service and time today. Do you happen to remember in the last election whether or not the treasurer, the register of deeds, and the probate ran unopposed or?
I'm sorry, Representative. I know the Register of Deeds is here. I do know the county attorney ran unopposed. And I want to say the treasurer was unopposed, but that one I can't be 100% sure of.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Further questions, Representative Yokella?
Thank you. I keep on hearing a lot of talk about how it's going to be easier for the officials. However, I haven't heard anyone talk about testify as the importance or the lack of importance of the cutting in half of the power of the electorate to make a change in those offices. What do you see as the drawbacks from the power of the voters to be able to make a change in that office if they see it's going awry, especially let's say in the sheriff's office that could elect someone that has no law enforcement experience at all. And so if they chose to elect that person and then it was going awry, that they want to change course in 2 years and wouldn't be able to for another 2 years if this was to pass. Can you speak a little bit to that and the risk there is to the voting population?
I think there's checks and balances with every position. As again, I'll say Coos County is unique. You have to get out there. You have to know the people. You have to answer the people's complaints if there's any complaints. And I think that is what is really makes Coos successful. And that's why I believe that it should be a 4-year term. I get out there as much as I can to the different communities. I believe I'm the only sheriff in the state of New Hampshire that has a marked cruiser that I like to bring out to the various towns in the area. But again, you need to have buy-in. You need to have the citizens trust you. But there also needs to be a form where if there is a complaint, that it needs to be investigated. But I truly believe by getting a 4-year term, you're going to have someone that's going to be vested in that position because they're going to know that they're going to be there for 4 years. So they should be if they're doing a good job.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Honorable Leon Rideout. Welcome, former rep.
Thank you.
Leon, put on your mic. Thank you.
I'm Leon Rideout. I live in Lancaster, which is up in Coos County. I did serve 2 terms here in the New Hampshire House, very proud of. And I currently serve as the Coos County Registrar of Deeds. I ran for that position back in 2018 when the current registrar was going to retire. The employees that were in the office, which would normally probably fill that position, felt it was disadvantageous to them to run for the elected position rather than stay as an employee of the county. I was approached and told that they thought I'd be a good fit, so I did some research and figured I was willing to give it a try. But there was definitely hesitation in that because you're running for a position that you don't really know and you have a lot to learn, and it's only 2 years. So I took the position, loved the position, actually a lot of history in the Registry of Deeds. So it's a great position, I love history. The position though takes probably 2 to 3 years to actually learn. So about 1.5 years into my first term, instead of concentrating on the job at hand, I needed to shift back into election mode. Election mode in Coos County is maybe a little different than most places, but not a lot, other than you got a lot of territory to cover. Someone asked about some cost. Typically on an election in Coos County, I have spent $2,000 to $3,000 during the election. So that's an expense out of my pocket. Plus the candidate or the person doing the job now has to focus on re-election rather than the job. So that's why I support this bill, because it will give you 4 years of continuity and being able to learn the position. I will also say, because there's been some concern on the voters being able to make a change if it is needed in the office, I find one of the reasons why we have a problem, maybe with less qualified candidates, is you're asking somebody to step outside of their regular job. I had to take my business down to just a small part-time to take this position. It's a big leap of faith to do something like that or leave another profession when you're only guaranteed a job for 2 years. There's absolutely no job security, and I believe we would get better candidates to run for these offices if they were looking at a 4-year commitment rather than just a 2-year. And basically it's a 2-year sprint, because the 2 years goes by quickly, as you all know here. So I think we might get better candidates. Person would be able to get better acclimated to the job and learn the position better in 4 years, and then make a decision, a really informed decision, on whether it is a good fit for them. Question was also asked of one of the previous witnesses about unopposed candidates. I did run unopposed last election. The first 2 terms I was opposed, but I can say they weren't close elections. Unopposed last time, we'll see what happens this time, but I'm looking forward to it. I would take any questions at this time because I don't want to belabor the point. Keep it short and sweet. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. Do I have any questions? Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If you ran opposed, what were your campaign costs? I mean, unopposed, I'm sorry.
If you're running for an office, you still got to get out there and meet the people. I still ran ads, both in the newspapers, on Facebook, and did certain campaign events just to let people know that I am still interested in the job, and it's a job that I wanted.
Follow up?
Thank you for taking this follow-up question. Could you estimate for me and for us how much time you think it took out of your job to run this campaign and to run for re-election?
The unopposed time, it was probably, I spent about 20 hours a week after work, so that's working 40 hours and then doing campaign events. The opposed elections, I was probably doing closer to 30 or 40 hours because it's more intensive. You actually have somebody that's running against you. I always take every election serious, whether I've got an opponent or not. And in the words of the late, great Ray Burton, you always run like you're 3 votes behind.
Further questions? Representative O'Callaghan.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. It seems like a lot of the sentiments being espoused here seem to be against the election process as a whole, and that these would be better served to not be elected positions. Can you talk about that, and if you disagree with that and believe that it's important that these positions specifically be elected, and that, let's say, an 8-year term would be unreasonable in some sense? Thank you.
Yes, I 100% disagree with that. The Register of Deeds position, in my mind, needs to be elected, because one of the first things that I ran into when I became Register of Deeds was people that I had made unhappy because they were submitting documents that weren't fitting the bill, that they were going to complain to my county commissioners. And I plainly told them, I don't work for the county commissioners, I work for the voters of Coos County. That's an important distinction any of these elected offices have to make. The 4-year term is a better fit for people to learn, to have job security, to get better candidates to actually stand up and say, okay, I know I can at least have this office for 4 years, where if it's only for 2 years, they're not going to leave a job and take this on where it might only be 2 years. An 8-year term would definitely be too long. I think too long of a commitment for most people. 4 years, they can learn the job, figure out if they like the job, and then either step down or rerun. And again, a lot of it is for continuity, where you learn the position and there's not changes every year or every 2 years to what the Registry of Deeds, in my case, is doing. It's very important people understand what's an acceptable document, when they come to the Registry of Deeds, what they're going to be required to have. And if you're changing every 2 years, it becomes very confusing and kind of messy when they come into the office.
Thank you. Further questions? I see none. Thank you, former Representative Rideout. I have one more card, Kate Horgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan. I'm from the New Hampshire Association of Counties. The association is in support of this bill. Just to provide a little background to this committee, in 2022, this committee had actually passed House Bill 1397 to apply to all counties. That was amended on the House floor, and it was stated on the House floor that if a county wanted this for their county, they should bring it individually. I've included the link to the discussion with the timestamp, so you don't have to watch the entire session and you can quickly find that discussion. This would bring COAS in line with Rockingham County. These positions are primarily administrative and ensuring continuity for the voters so that they know what to expect out of these positions that are making administrative decisions and not necessarily policy decisions is an important factor for these constitutional officers. Also, the association did want me to highlight that asking these people to immediately start running for office again takes away from the services that these people are supposed to be contributing to their jobs that they've been elected to. I'm happy to take any questions, and I will conclude my testimony.
Thank you. Further questions or any questions for Representative?
Please do
Ms.
not
Horgan.
promote me.
Go ahead. Representative LaSalle.
In your capacity with the county association, Rockingham has made the change based upon your, how do you feel they're doing?
I've discussed this with Rockingham County. They believe this is going well. It has created some stability for those offices, not only employees, but voters as well. And so the association has taken the position that if any other county wants to do this, we will support them in that endeavor.
Thank you.
Representative Yokella.
Thank you. You said that it's been positive, and you seem to indicate that you had talked to not just the people who benefit from it, but also the voters. What kind of polling, or what is the scope of that? Because obviously I wasn't polled, and I'm
Sure.
not in favor of the Rockingham one. So how many people do you kind of like?
I understand the question.
Yeah,
thank you, Representative Yokella. I was speaking only into my scope as working with the Association of Counties. And so the commissioners, your appointed officials, so it isn't just those 4 positions. We have not done any polling. That is not within our budget. We run a very lean ship, so that is not something we are capable of doing at this point.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I just got one more pink card. Representative Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the lone Democrat in our midst from Coos County here, I just wanted to present myself to the committee in case I could make this a nonpartisan issue. I agree with the speakers. I don't see any problem. I think that Coos County usually operates pretty apolitical in those offices, and I support this motion. I will push back on Mr. Rideout's testimony about close elections. It was my mom who ran against him 4 years ago, and I think she would take umbrage with the fact of you saying it wasn't that close, 45-55. So
that's a pretty nice spread. Questions for Representative Kelly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. All right, I have no more pink cards. We have a blue sheet with about 8 or 9 who have signed in. It looks like all from the County of Coos in favor. So with that, we'll go ahead and close the hearing on HB 1345 and give us about 2 minutes, and we'll open up the next one. Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up the hearing on HB 526, regulating the use of temporary control personnel. This is a recommit bill, so it has already been addressed or introduced, so we don't need to go through that again. So what we will do now is look for any pink cards, a couple pink cards, okay? Thank you. Mark Bowden. Okay, I have 2 pink cards. Anybody who wishes to speak, make sure you do fill out one of these. I have first up Mark Bowden.
Sorry. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Mark Bodwin. I am a retired police officer. I did 22 years in law enforcement, both at the local level and at the state level. Currently, I am an attorney. I practice with the office of Milner and Krupski, and we represent mostly police and fire and some other different types of unions. I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 526 for a number of reasons. I'm going to first go to touch on the point that nothing's broken and nothing needs to be fixed. So the way the things are currently working in regards to police details, there aren't any real issues out there. This bill is just, in search of a problem to fix, and we don't seem to have that here. So I want to first say that the current system is working. And so, which leads me to my second point, which I'm afraid that this bill, if passed, would result in some unintended consequences. And some of that, I think, is just from the language itself. Even with the amended version, line 4, a city or town shall only use local law enforcement officers for temporary traffic control when there are specific safety concerns about the project. My concern here is in line 4, shall only. Well, that doesn't give you any discretion. It tells you what you have to do, and you don't have a choice there. It's not a may. And in line 5, specific safety concerns is pretty vague. I'm not entirely sure what that means, how you define that. I think there'd be a lot of questions there. So and the other thing that this looks like it probably does is kind of make some confusion as to, okay, who is going to make these decisions? Is it the city or town council? Is it the police chief that's in that city or town? So you get some confusion there. This really limits your local control. Currently, towns can decide what they choose to do in this current instance. It's usually the police chief that makes those decisions. So again, with the language being vague and the limiting of local control, the New Hampshire Police Association, which I'm a member of and am currently representing for on this particular instance, would ask that you defeat this bill. And with that, I'm willing to take any questions. I didn't want to take up a lot of your time.
Thank you. Representative Gallagher.
So you mentioned testifying to this bill as amended. So if I remember correctly, we had a previous amendment to the bill the last time we execed it, and now there is a new amendment in front of us, 2024-0211H. So could you just clarify to us which amendments language you're looking at or you're basing your testimony on?
Can you just read the amendment again, the number?
2024-0211H is the new one that's in front of us.
On the back table, there's a bunch of copies if you need one.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so yeah, I see the other one, but I had reviewed actually this one first, and then I had gotten this one second, and I thought that one was the revised one. But even with this one, again, shall only be required when municipality has determined the traffic volume, roadway visibility. Again, who's determining that? So there is some, vagueness there as well. And again, the concerns here are, it's not broken. Why are we fixing it? And with the unintended consequences. And the other question I would have here too is, let's take it a step further with private companies. So if a private company wants to hire a police officer instead of a flagger, are they now limited in doing that? So again, what we see here is I think you're taking away local control when this is not something that really needs to be addressed at this point. This has been working for years. So,
Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking this question.
Sure.
I don't remember you testifying last time regarding this bill, but it seemed like the problem that it's fixing is municipalities essentially padding their police budgets by requiring flaggers in unnecessary or police personnel to be used in unnecessary situations so that they can give their employees more pay. With that scope in mind, do you see that is an appropriate thing that municipalities should be able to do, or you think that the local tyranny has gone too far in that sense and that the municipality should be reined in by the state in that case?
well, I think you have a bunch of different issues you have there. Again, this is a local issue. It goes down to the local level. And you do have some instances, and again, I'm not in on the administrative side, so I can't speak to what, I can only tell you to what I understand happens, which is normally you have the fee for whatever the police officer is for their hourly rate. And then the town will sometimes, and I say sometimes because I'm not entirely sure all towns do it, will add in an administrative fee, or also maybe even a cruiser fee if the company is requesting that a cruiser accompany the detail as well too. And that's for the use of the cruiser, the fuel, the wear and tear on it and such. I'm not sure of what those different costs are. It might be different for example, in Nashua than it is in Salem, than it is in Manchester. I'm not entirely sure. I can tell you that I do see a mix now of flaggers and police officers. I'm not seeing as many police officers anymore. So it seems the system that it's currently going on seems to be working. I would say this is probably more of a question for maybe a police chief or something that has some insight into what exactly they are billing. If that answers your question.
Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A two-part question, but I may need to throw a follow-up. Are you familiar with the New Hampshire Department of Transportation flagger and uniform officer use and work zone guidelines?
I am familiar with it too. I know it exists. Do I know it verbatim? No, I do not.
May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
So my question is then, in there, and I don't expect you to know it verbatim, but in there, it spells out the guidelines for when a municipality should use a flagger versus when they should use a uniformed officer. Do I understand you correctly that you believe that these guidelines, based on your experience, are working well in communities?
Yes, and my understanding also there too is, and again, the latter half of my career was with state police, so we dealt mostly with the highways. But in that particular case, that was the Department of Transportation that was mandating, whether or not there was a trooper that needed to be there, or how many troopers needed to be there for that particular package. So there were guidelines that they followed on that level, and I know there are other national guidelines that they follow about with traffic vests and signage and things of that nature that all follow along too.
Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the testimony. Are you aware that there are many communities in New Hampshire who have this issue, if there is an issue, this item at least, in their contract?
I do know that there are several collective bargaining agreements that speak to details. And what I mean by they speak to it, usually they speak to such things as it allows the police officer to put in for details. It may restrict the number of hours that they can work. It may speak to what the actual detail rate is. For example, in the Salem police contract, it speaks to what the 2024 rate is. But it's the rate for what the police officer receives, not necessarily what the town of Salem receives. I don't know if they have a surcharge on top of that. I know
Follow up, Mr. Chairman, if I would.
Go ahead.
Sure.
In the real world, this is lucrative money for the police officer. Can we justify the fact that we have an extra police officer out at a site within the town or city that you wouldn't normally have, and at a place where there's a potential of some difficulty, an accident or whatever we have?
So,
and would you also talk about the fact that the police officer has an opportunity to make that extra money? It ends up to having him at least working in his type of work instead of going out and painting roofs and that kind of stuff. So is there a benefit to have that police officer, and is it worthwhile to have him on the site?
Yeah, and thank you for the question. You're absolutely right. When you have an extra police officer there doing a detail, not only are they directing traffic, looking at traffic, they can handle situations that occur right there. They can handle accidents that might occur in the construction zone, so that it keeps another police officer free to continue to do patrol or answer calls of that nature. I know of instances where they had bolos be on the lookout for because somebody had committed a crime, and they were now looking for either a violent felon or something. And the car happens to travel into a construction zone, and they were able to apprehend the person at the construction zone. So there are those instances. It also gives the impression that there are more police out on the street. So even that, even their presence there is a deterrent factor. And to address your last question, it is a way for police officers to make extra money while they're still doing their same function as a police officer, instead of having to, paint roofs, paint houses, do roofs, or things of that nature too.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
What are the unintended consequences of this legislature passing into law something that could contradict, or probably does contradict, the Department of Transportation guidelines and the long-established practice of governing bodies of towns and cities working closely with DOT along those guidelines to make the decisions on whether to have uniformed officers or commercial flaggers there?
Thank you for the question. I hope I can answer your question. I think if you're going to pass this statute, you do have to make sure that it doesn't conflict with any guidelines that the DOT might have, or even federally, although the federal tends to be more on the highway. So I think that's a concern you have to look at. The next concern I would have also with that too is it may lead to confusion, and there are instances too where, let's face it, there's road rage out there. People get angry. People get angry when they have to wait in traffic. People are in a hurry these days. And when you have somebody that's a flagger out there, they don't have the same authority as a police officer. And what you may have in some of these instances is some, chaos in these instances where a police officer would have prevented that. Or if road rage were to occur, the police officer could address it right then and there and not continue on. So I think there are some benefits to having a police officer doing construction. Do I think every little piece of construction needs to have a police officer? Maybe, maybe not. I think it depends on the situation, and I think that's why you leave it up to local chiefs to make that determination.
Further questions, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Let's just move away from the money factor for a second. Do you think that the workers and the people and the guys doing these jobs are all safer when we have law enforcement running these details?
I thank you for the question, and yes, I do think they are. I think and I know because I have done some of these in the past when I was younger. I can tell you right now, I wouldn't want to do it now. And the only reason I say that is because I'm older and it's not a lot of fun standing in the street for 4 to 8 hours. That being said, though, when I did do it, you had a good relationship with the companies that were there, and they trusted you. You looked out for them. You made sure that they were safe. And again, I think that the motoring public just respects a police officer more than they do a flagger, so they're more willing to obey the directions of a police officer.
Further questions, Representative Gallagher.
So you were mentioning about police being able to be on the lookout for things while they're flaggers. What sort of Fourth Amendment protections against search and seizure do people have when police are doing these flagging details?
So these would be no different than any other interaction that the police would have with the motoring public. So if they're doing a detail here, all the rules still apply. You need to have articulable suspicion and probable cause to make a stop or to investigate something any further. So usually if there's a bolo, like for example, that you use, that's because other officers somewhere else have already done some investigations. They've come out with their probable cause. They say, we've identified this subject that was driving the vehicle. This is the vehicle they're driving. This is the plate they're driving, or other identifying factors. And so if I see a car that's similar to that, but is maybe they don't have the plate number, but it matches, well, I have articulable suspicion to stop that person. Maybe not arrest the person right away, but at least inquire as to whether or not a crime is being committed or they are the person that's being looked after. But then from that point is where a police officer would, again, just normally build their probable cause. And if probable cause is built to the point that an arrest needs to be made, then that's what happens. So the short answer is they don't give up any rights. They're not losing anything by having a detailed officer there.
Further questions? Representative Frecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When a police officer on traffic control duty is tending to his police function, a bolo, whatever, what happens to the traffic control function that he's there for?
And
who does that?
Yeah, and that all depends on the situation, on what's happening. Sometimes there might be multiple officers there where the one officer can now take over both and handle what needs to be done. There might be another instance where it temporarily has to be shut down for a few minutes until another officer can show up, take over this particular situation that situation they were dealing with, so that they can get back to doing traffic control duties as well too. And recently there's also been instances where there are police and traffic control flaggers working together on these sites as well too. So the answer is it wouldn't go unattended. It would be dealt with in a way, but it will all depend on what are the facts in front of you that you're dealing with at that point. Yep.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Absent the word shall in this amendment, is it not enabling legislation? I mean, is not the choices optional?
Well, I guess now, looking at the proper amendment, it says may. So
Yes.
It does give you the option. So the shall is no longer there, except for line 9, where it says the use of uniformed officers shall only be required.
No, may.
Yeah, but that's on line 6 if you go down to line. Oh. Maybe there's several amendments.
No.
Here.
0211H.
Yeah, I got it right here.
That's the latest.
Okay, so that was changed to May as well, too. Um, And again, I think some of the concerns I would still have is one, who makes that decision? Is it the police chief? Is it town council? You know, where does that decision made? And two, again, I don't know of any issues that we're having now that we need to have a bill that's put into place. And maybe I'm just the wrong person to answer the question. I'm not sure, but
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have a single question for you, sir.
Sure.
You mentioned about officers having to stand out in the street for 4 to 8 hours. Do all police details require the officer to stand in the street or along the street, or can they be in their vehicles?
It all depends on the situation. If you're in a local town or a specific, you know, where the traffic is not on the highway, so to speak, you know, there may be instances most of the time where you're out there and you're directing traffic and you need to be physically out of your car. So I've had details where I've actually been the traffic light, where I've stood in the middle of the road and I've had to stand there, and it was an 8-hour detail. And sure enough, yeah, you switch off, you have a break here and there, and you have a lunch break here and there, and you work it out with the other police officers that are there. So you have those instances. I've also had instances where I'm just in a lane closure on a highway, at which point it's safe for everybody if I'm sitting in the cruiser and just monitoring traffic from there. So it all depends, I guess, on what the specific construction zone looks like.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I have one more pink card. I believe it's Dion, Tad Dion.
Thank you, everyone, and have a good afternoon.
Make sure you turn on your mic.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, this committee. I represent New Hampshire Chiefs of Police. I am the Chief of Police for Hudson, New Hampshire. We are an accredited agency as well nationally. I sent you all a letter today in opposition of this. The Chiefs of Police are in opposition to this bill. And I don't want to regurgitate what my letter said, but I'll take any questions. I do want to say before that I second everything, all the unintended consequences that Attorney Bodwin so eloquently spoke of. I can tell you personally, in my career, I have witnessed the arrests of members of the public who were motoring through a detail for one reason or another, or from a bolo. We have had arrests of people for DUI. We've had arrests for people for theft. We've solved fraud cases from this. A few years ago, we solved an armed bank robbery because we had a detail officer who heard the call go out over his radio, because they're all wearing a radio. He actually immediately moved right to the bank because he was right in front of it. I should say he was within a quarter mile of it. He went right to the bank. He stopped the armed suspect from getting into his getaway car, and we eventually located the subject and arrested him for an armed bank robbery at St. Mary's Bank. But I'll take any questions you might have.
Any questions? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for sharing those positive actions that have happened. Just out of curiosity, have you guys ever stopped any Amber Alerts while doing a detail?
I cannot personally think of a time when we actually stopped an Amber Alert in Hudson, New Hampshire, but certainly we've stopped vehicles that were involved in Ebola.
Further questions, Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What authority, if any, does a commercial flagger have to stop or apprehend someone who's driving erratically, exhibiting road rage, committing a crime?
I know by authority they have, or by statute, they have authority to direct traffic. They don't have any other authority that I'm aware of other than calling the police and actually having the police investigate to do that.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have one. So far, similar to the last time we heard testimony on this, I've heard the towns of Nashua, Salem, Manchester. You're obviously from Hudson. You represent the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police. Have you spoken to any of the smaller communities about this?
No, I have not spoken to him personally about it.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Yukella?
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Can you have you, when you were talking about this, or if your experiences in Hudson, is there a significant concern about the wages? Is that a major topic of conversation for municipalities or the police officers in regard to flagging? Or is that, in your experience, a tangential issue? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. I could tell you the wages that are set in Hudson are set by a collective bargaining agreement, which includes details. As far as administratively, obviously, with the police officers, we tell them how they're going to dress, how they're going to work. If you have a complaint against police officer detail, you call it into us, we'll handle it. With regards to wages and pay, I would say, I could tell you this, there's a highway safety committee in Hudson. That's how we handle it, right? It's made up of the chief of police, fire chief, public works director, the engineer from the town, and planning. And we average probably 12 details a year where we mandate a police detail. We have a lot more than 12 details a year, a lot more. So we're not seeing that. We have some obviously that are not traffic related, right? So those are different, but just we have so many more details a year, and they're not being mandated. So the vendor, the contractor, is actually calling because they want a police officer.
Further questions? Seeing Representative Frey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I assume that there is some sort of a training and certification program for commercial flaggers. And if that is the case, do they have any advantage or disadvantage in their ability or skill set to control traffic as compared to a certified police officer?
That's a great question. I don't know. I know they have a certification. I don't know what it encompasses. I know our police officers take the same training for the DOT, the guidelines training that we were talking about earlier, that I think you had mentioned, Representative. I also know that our police officers are trained at the academy at basic traffic control. They're trained at our own police department. We do our field training. They're trained as well as that. I don't know if there's any advantage whatsoever. I know the advantage the police officers have is we have the authority to stop a car that's acting reckless, and we have the authority to radio something in. And for me personally, it is an extra resource. It's an extraordinarily extra resource to have extra additional eyes and ears, presence, that enhanced presence, that security that's there because you have extra officers that they're not within your budget, so to speak, but they're there because they're doing a road job and they're in uniform and people know they're police officers.
Okay, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, do police officers get hurt on these details at all?
I'm sorry?
Do police officers ever get hurt on details, working details?
Do they
get hurt, injured?
Get hurt? They may. I'm trying to think of whether or not we've had an officer. We've had officers get hurt directing traffic, but I'm not sure if it was at a detail. It might have been an accident. So certainly they could, yeah.
Do you recall, probably about a year and a half ago, a state police sergeant that was killed on a detail?
Yes, I do.
And was he was working a detail in a Mark Cruiser?
Yes, he was.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have no more pink cards. As I said, we had, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4,
Thank you.
7 people sign in opposed.
Can I recognize somebody?
What's that?
Can I recognize somebody?
Recognize somebody? Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. First, I'm going to close.
Okay.
Oh. All right, never mind. Okay, where's, oh, okay. Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Representative Dennis Mannion, I represent Salem, Rock 25. I'm here to speak in opposition of this bill. The part I want to speak about is line 10, which I think some people have discussed already. Municipality. It's not clear who's going to make these decisions, whether it's the selectmen, the town council, the mayor, or the police chief or whatnot. So I can tell you that most details, 90% of the details that are filled are for like power companies or tree companies, and they usually filled the night before. So they'll call in and say, we need 2 officers for tomorrow. And that could be done. There could be 3 or 4 of those requests a night to be filled for the next day. They could start at 6, 7, or 8 in the morning. So if we need to convene the Board of Selectmen every evening when someone calls in for a detail, to have them vote whether or not it's going to be for a flagger or for police officers, that's going to take a lot of time. So I'm talking, in some towns like now, cities like Nashua, they could have 20 or 30 of these details being called in a night. Do we convene the Board of Selectmen every single time so that they can vote as to whether or not a police officer is required on this thing? I just think we should leave it up to the police chief, where his authority lies in statute, to dictate the public safety of the town, and leave it at that. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for Representative for taking my question. Do you know of any other area of New Hampshire law that requires a select board vote on whether to employ uniformed officers in a particular situation or not?
I'm not aware of any law and statute that does that.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Mannion, for coming to our committee. Do you think that chiefs of police know better safety issues than the Board of Selectmen when it comes to stuff like this?
100%. That's why they're appointed. Is they're in charge of public safety in the town.
Further questions? Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll very quickly, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I asked it earlier. I think that Salem has a contract, the union, they have a union for their police officers. Do you know how many cities and towns have a relationship, union relationship with a contract that covers this matter and has been working in always never been really a problem as far as the union and the contract writing, which would be the Board of Selectmen?
Yeah, so I would say most towns do. I know in my experience, I worked in law enforcement for many years, and every town that I worked for had a contract that governed details.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Representative McDonald.
I don't know if you can answer this for me or not, but as I recall, there's an RSA that doesn't allow the selectman to tell the chief how to run his department. Would this conflict with that?
It would. The police, there is a statute that says the police chief has authority over public safety in any town or city that he works in.
Representative Frye.
Thank you. Representative, I don't know if you know the answer to this or not, but can you inform us the relative difference in cost to, say, a tree contractor or a paving company to hire a uniformed officer versus a certified and trained flagger?
I do not know the cost difference. However, I could say on times I have worked with flaggers, I've seen them throw signs on hoods of cars. I've heard them talking about women driving by on their radios, and I've seen some of them that have had warrants and they've been arrested on the job. That's been my experience.
Further questions? Representative Elward, you look like you.
Yes, thank you. I just want to clarify, you're saying that flaggers are not required to pass a criminal background check?
I'm not aware that if they are or not, but whether they have a criminal background check or not doesn't, they could have a warrant for something, but not have a criminal history, so it wouldn't come up.
I understand. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have a single question for you, Representative. You seem to imply that each time flaggers or uniformed police officers would need to be used, that they would require a vote of the selectmen. Where
That
do
was
you
a
get that
scenario,
from?
because in line 10, municipality is not defined. Does that mean the Board of Selectmen? And if a detail comes in at 10 o'clock at night for the next day for Liberty Utilities, do they have to decide whether a police officer is used or not? Or does the supervisor on duty decide that? That was my scenario.
Correct, but is it your belief that a vote would be required for each time a police detail is required?
It certainly could be interpreted that way.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I don't believe we have any more pink cards, or do we? We're done with this one? I have no more. We'll go ahead and close the hearing on, oh, did you still want to acknowledge somebody? Yeah. Let me close it first. Close the hearing on HB 1053. Somebody don't move, because Representative McDonald, our clerk, would like to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to recognize Chief Goldstein. I went to the academy, the police academy with him in 1980, and he's still in police work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to get right into our next one, because we're about half hour behind. So we'll ask. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and open up the hearing on HB 1053 relative to permissible residential units in a commercial zone. I believe that is Representative Murray, prime sponsor. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alessandra Murray. I represent Hillsborough District 20, which is Manchester Ward 9. So the bill before you today is House Bill 1053, and I've also passed around an amendment that just makes a couple edits to the language, but doesn't change any major content in the bill. This bill seeks to address our current housing crisis by allowing for the creation of residential and mixed residential units within any commercial lot, whether that be new construction or rehabilitation of existing structures. So this bill ensures that these units would be restricted by existing local guidelines for commercial structures regarding lot dimension and coverage, as well as building height standards. And while in this legislature we often defer to local control, our housing crisis has reached a level where we cannot wait for changes to be made incrementally on the local level. We need broad, sweeping zoning reforms that can start to solve this crisis now. According to the 2023 Annual Homelessness Assessment Report from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, homelessness rose in New Hampshire by 52%, which was in the last year, which was the highest increase in the nation, surpassing New Mexico, New York, and Colorado. According to the New Hampshire Realtors Association, the median cost for home purchases has increased every single year since 1998. And the median cost in New Hampshire is now at $470,000, which is a 7% increase in cost from just a year ago. According to Redfin, a national real estate brokerage, nearly a third of all home purchases in the state of New Hampshire in 2022 were cash only, indicating a clear wealth gap in who can actually afford to purchase a home at this time. And then meanwhile, according to New Hampshire Housing, rent in the state increased by 11% in just the last year. And from my own experience, I can tell you that when my husband and I rented our first apartment together, it was a 2.5 bedroom for $900 a month. And when we left 5 years later, it was $1,600 without any renovations or improvements being done on the property. So the data here is clear. The housing crisis is not showing any signs of slowing down, and especially not in New Hampshire. And Granite Staters are suffering for it. We need to take radical action now to stop this problem from getting even worse. Zoning reforms such as those proposed in this bill are an integral part of solving the housing crisis and encouraging new construction, which according to the U.S. Commerce Department has significantly slowed in New Hampshire. And bringing residential units into commercial zones is not only a way to expand the area for potential building, but also encourages the kind of building that young people especially want to live in. If we mix commercial and residential zones, we lower the need for parking minimums, encourage walkability, and create the kind of communities our state needs to thrive. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on this bill, but it's pretty simple, just allowing for residential building within commercial lots across the state. And I did work with folks at New Hampshire Housing and a couple other organizations to draft this bill. But, yeah.
Thank you. Representative Majori?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for testifying. So I'm just curious, it says that in any city, town, or county in which there are located unincorporated towns or unincorporated places. So it's only in those areas that have unincorporated places. Do I understand that correctly?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Gallagher?
I'm looking at the amendment and the original bill side by side here, and I'm not really quite sure I'm spotting the differences between the two properly. So could you go into a bit more detail about how exactly the amendment differs from the original bill and why?
It honestly is mainly just an effort to make the language a little bit clearer, and it didn't really change too much in terms of like the actual content of the bill, but just trying to make sure that the statute was written in as detailed a way as possible while also leaving what we needed to up to local zoning ordinances.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And thank you for answering the previous question, but I didn't really feel like I got an answer.
Sure.
If you could kindly just go through the amendment and show us exactly what is different there than the original, that would be really helpful.
Sure. I think the biggest differences are I included shall allow residential and mixed residential uses instead of, I believe the original bill had just residential. I included the line around lot coverage and height standards being no more restrictive than those required for commercial structures. Added the line in 10 that shall not require, or sorry, not 10. Well, there was a line added around shall not require more than one space per dwelling unit when it comes to the parking requirements. So that's line 7 actually. And then the last line is a new line.
Representative Guthrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony, Representative. I think it's a great idea. I'm quite sure it probably came out of housing, but the Housing Committee somehow or other. But I have a real problem with matter of right. I'm a selectman in the town, and I have a hard time going back to my constituents and say, or my planning board and said, hey, here, this was a good idea, but not only is it a good idea, you gotta do it. So could you talk a little bit about why the bill says matter of right instead of just leaving it out as a may?
Well, I mean, it says it because OLS wrote it that way. I didn't ask for, the matter of right to be put in there, but I think that the reason why that language is there is to clarify that this is an intention to change zoning ordinances like in a statewide manner instead of district by district. And so I think that might be why the language is put that way, which I think is necessary at this stage because of how bad the housing crisis has gotten here in particular, that doing incremental change community by community is just not happening in a way that's fast enough to address the issue.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. In your amendment, you talk about the unincorporated towns and unorganized places. How many are there, do you know, that this bill would apply to? And has an inventory of the vacant commercial space that meets these parameters have also been identified?
Thank you for your question. To the first part, I would say that was something suggested to me that I add by someone who works in housing and is well aware of like the zoning ordinances across the state. So I myself do not know very much about unincorporated towns or unorganized places. And I'm not sure if there has been an assessment done in terms of the amount of vacant commercial lots that would be covered by this bill, although I would be happy to look into that and send anything I find to the committee.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, and good to see you again. I'm thinking in terms of like my commercial district in my town, and I know where there's some lots, but they're next to a rock quarry that does blasting, and if you give a matter of right that someone can build residential use in that kind of a commercial district, do you see that as something that we should do, like in that example?
I mean, I personally would argue that in this kind of market, we need housing of all kinds, and people can make the choice for themselves whether they want to live near a blasting zone or not.
Representative Fract.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I have a concern on the density requirement. I can conceive of a situation where the land will not support the prescribed density requirement because of, say, wetland or ledge, and the density would have to be varied from your requirement. I'm wondering if perhaps some different language might be more appropriate.
You're talking about that last line?
I'm referring to the last four lines, starting with the jurisdiction shall not require a lower density than 1 unit per 2 acres with on-site well or sewage, etc.
If the committee, I think you all probably know a lot more on the subject than I do, and if you found it appropriate to make an amendment, I would be supportive of that. But I do think that, like I said, I talked with some experts in the field on this language, and this was what they suggested. So.
Thank you.
Representative Yokella.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Are you wedded to this language on line 4 that says in which there are located unincorporated towns and unincorporated places? If that language was not there, would you still be in favor of this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. I appreciate the work you've done to be creative to solve the housing crisis. I question the experts you talked to. Were they all housing advocates looking to increase the housing supply? And did that include developers in those experts?
I didn't speak to any developers, although I will say my mom is a real estate agent and I've picked up a lot of information from her and her work. I generally spoke with people who are examining the zoning in the state and how much that is impacting our current housing crisis. And like I said, the U.S. Department of Commerce has noted that new construction in the state has gone down significantly. So I worked with people who are interested in removing barriers to new construction and, like you said, coming up with creative solutions, because I'm in Manchester, there's not a lot of undeveloped land. So what else can we do to create more housing?
Further questions? Representative Priest, if you turn your mic.
No, I
your
don't have any
mic,
questions.
your mic. Thank you. No further questions. I have a single question for you. Since you mentioned Manchester, do the current zoning regulations in Manchester allow, at least in some places, the residential to be on a commercial lot?
Yes, it's some places.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking yet another question. So I'm in Lebanon, which is a fairly good-sized city. There are a lot of residential units on top of or amongst commercial properties. That is allowable. So I'm wondering, why isn't that happening now? Why is this bill necessary? Is it the by right part of the bill that you believe is the necessary part, or is there something else? Because this is already happening in many of our communities.
Yeah, I think that is the intention, that it can happen, but it is not always happening in every situation that it can happen. I guess I know that it wasn't the most popular bill, but HB 44 from last year, the way that was attempting to address zoning in a statewide manner instead of community by community is kind of how this bill is functioning as well.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. Do you know of any communities where residential and commercial are banned?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony. We've
Thank
got, looks like 4 pink cards. I'm just going to go down the list here. Ben Kremer. I'll remind everybody when you sit down, please state your name, who you're here representing, and whether you're for or against. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Ben Kramer. I live in Newmarket. I'm supporting HB 1053. I represent New Hampshire Youth Movement. I'm organizing director at New Hampshire Youth Movement. That is an organization with a base of over 100 dedicated members and more than 5,000 supporters ages 15 to 30 across the state of New Hampshire. I'm here to speak on behalf of young Granite Staters and as a young renter myself, as I testify in support of this bill. I think the main thing with this bill is there's this striking statistic that we need to build 20,000 units in 2 years to keep up with demand in the state. We have a major housing shortage, and that is a very, very large number. And this bill takes an important step towards meeting that goal and making this a state where everyone has a home and where people can stay. The housing shortage is a major issue for all Granite Staters, but young people in particular. There's a direct correlation between how many young people stay in the state and how easy it is to find suitable, affordable housing. Young people like myself and my members, we want to stay in New Hampshire, but we simply cannot if we cannot find a suitable place to live. I think the strength of this bill is fundamentally, it's about cutting red tape and opening the door to the development of housing close to where people work and where people recreate, especially in New Hampshire's major cities. Commercial areas are where people want to be. It's where their jobs are. It's where they grocery shop. It's where they grab dinner with friends. And especially recently, we've seen major parts of these commercial zones become underutilized due to shifts in how we work and do business. And that leaves office spaces, industrial parks with a lot of usable space that might be sitting empty in places across this state. And I think that we need to recognize that there's a perfect match here and an opportunity here, and cut the red tape to allow these disused but desirable spaces to be turned into the housing we desperately need. It's a big gap that we have to close. I cannot emphasize that enough. And I think Representative Murray did a good job of emphasizing that as well. This is a creative solution. I think we need all the creative solutions at our disposal to meet the scale of this problem. I would urge the committee to support this bill. It takes a step towards making New Hampshire a place where everyone has a home they deserve and where young people can make a future for themselves. It's important. I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So, my question is with regards to the application of this, if it were to become law, would this look like a development where it would be live, work, play, or recreate type of developments that we see? Or would it be just like a one unit that somebody might choose to construct within a commercial zone? What would this look like?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a developer. I'm not someone who would be going out and building units because of this bill. I'm here to support the opportunity I see. I think that that's like a decisions that are ultimately going to be made by the people who are envisioning the projects that would be possible under this bill. I think in general, opening the door for living solutions like that is what we need with the problem that we face now.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here and taking the question. When you respond, could you remind me of your organization? My question is, and I was going to ask the representative this, but I saved it for you. Do you think that this legislation will take the burden off of larger municipalities, cities, and share it more with the other municipalities around the state, like smaller towns?
I see what you're saying. The organization is New Hampshire Youth Movement. So the first part of your question. And I think if I understand your question correctly, I would say yes. And I think that's part of the appeal here is this opens the door to not have, every person just looking for where is rent on average the cheapest, we're going to flock there. And to be able to build in more cities, to be able to build up more desirable communities that people want to move to lower rent in other places and have more options in other places. I think that is, if I understand what you mean by like spreading the burden out, I think that is a part of the appeal of this bill. Yeah.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you see this as a tool to take, like, say, an abandoned commercial project or something that's been vacant for a long time, and as a matter of right, then maybe turn it into apartments? Is that what the goal of this type?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not a housing expert or policy zoning expert, but I think that would be a part of the vision of the things I think that we need to do in the state to meet the level of the huge gap that we have to fill is exactly what you just described, looking at disused and underutilized spaces and how can we make those places where people can live and have a decent home. Yeah.
Representative Frecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my town of Enfield, we had a case where a building owner who had commercial, retail, or office space found it more attractive from a financial point of view to break that up and rent it out as apartments. Is, shall I call it, deterioration of a commercial district a possible unintended consequence of this bill?
Could you repeat the last part of that question? I'm not sure I understand.
Okay. My question is, if the owner of a commercial property decided that it was more economically attractive to him or her to discontinue the commercial use of the building and convert it into housing, that would eliminate some commercial space in town, which might have been the hardware store or a restaurant or whatever.
I see what you're saying.
Do you see this bill as possibly opening up a Pandora's box of unintended consequences?
Well, I think what I would say in that scenario is that the incentives are the incentives, and what is going to be the most profitable for the owner of that space is going to remain unchanged, whether or not they either exist a bunch of red tape for them changing it or not. And I think those are decisions that ultimately property owners are going to make, whether or not, regardless of the specifics of the zoning in the state or in their particular town. And I think prioritizing the obvious need that we have in the state is for houses for people. I think that problem exists regardless. That problem exists no matter what we do. And I think that is a very strong incentive, and it's something that is worth prioritizing. People need houses in this state. Thank you for the question.
Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. In the past, there has been a sentiment that commercial activities should be over on this part of town and residential should be over here, and it should be segregated. And this has led to, you stay in one part of town and you have to drive all the way across town to go to work and then drive to go get your groceries and stuff like that. Since you represent a lot of young people, do you think that that sentiment of it should be in different parts of the town or the city or the state is kind of antiquated, and now actually the young people like you represent actually would prefer their location, their habitation to be in very short proximity to where they work and where they shop?
Yeah, I think that is desirable for a lot of people, and especially folks, myself and young people. I think I don't think anyone likes a long commute to work. I would say too that the need to have anywhere suitable to live is overriding. Is immense for people in the States, and I think that is an extra. It is a bonus of this creates particularly desirable housing, and it creates young people cannot find houses in general, within hours of their work. So I think that is a deep need as well. Yeah.
Representative Priest. Sorry.
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for being here. Do you really believe that young people are going to live in abandoned commercial areas in unincorporated towns and unorganized places and drive hours to their places of work in Manchester, the Seacoast, and other environments?
Yeah, well, I think under this bill, the whole point is that those places would no longer be abandoned. They would be able to be revitalized and turned into suitable homes for people. And I think that's a vision worth supporting, is using underutilized and disused space like you described as breathing new life into it. And I think that is the opportunity I see in this bill. And I think that is a vision that I know my membership, young people in the state, certainly support. Yeah.
Representative Davis. Go ahead, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking another question. So I'm sitting here feeling a little embarrassed because I'm searching my memory banks and I'm Googling and I'm looking to see where New Hampshire law actually prevents this from happening. And I'm wanting to ask you, can you cite chapter and verse of where this is actually forbidden to happen? Because it's certainly happening in my city all over the place. There's tons and tons of residential properties going up over retail establishments. So I'm just trying to find out, what is the need here, because that activity is not being allowed, and that's what I'm coming up short on. And as I say, I'm embarrassed that I can't find that.
I do not know off the top of my head. Like I said, I'm not a zoning policy expert. I know there's other experts in the room, and perhaps they might be able to speak to that. I think that this bill ensures that is not the case, and I think that is part of the appeal. This bill ensures that is not the case. I think that is that's assurance that we need with the scale of the problem that we have. We need to build 20,000 units in 2 years. I think we need to have all the assurance that we can that is possible throughout the state.
Representative Lasalas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. As I read this, I'm not sure what this bill applies to, because it says of any city, town, or county in which there are unincorporated towns or unorganized places. Now, I don't know what areas of the state of New Hampshire have those, because that's the only ones that it seems that this applies to. But more specifically, I've got a for instance. I know a lot of us know where Brown Avenue is in Manchester. As you come off 293 and you're going toward the airport down Brown Avenue, what do you find? It's mainly a commercial area, but you have gas stations that have been abandoned for decades that are on that street. You have other commercial areas that are abandoned on that street. You have boarded up houses. This is, and I don't know why this is. Maybe there's something there that I don't understand. But as you're reading this, would that be an area that would be applicable for this? Do you know the area I'm talking about, Brown Avenue?
No, I don't personally. I think if I'm understanding your question right, you have a question about the language is the first thing, and then the specific scenario is the second thing. I think to the language, as I read this, I interpret this as city, town, or county in which there's unincorporated towns or unorganized places as 3 distinct and separate categories. I don't know what the grammar term would be for that, but as 3, I don't know if clauses is the right term, but 3 distinct situations in which this would apply.
Okay.
And I would leave that to perhaps the bill sponsor to clarify that language if that's necessary.
I'd like to ask Representative Priest to go offline with me and explain that to me.
On Brown Avenue?
No, we don't. I'm sorry. Oh, that was okay. Gotcha. Representative Frack.
Question. Yeah.
Thank you. Perhaps to clarify the language, if you remove the comma after city on line 4 and inserted the word or, so it reads legislative body of a city or town or county, or perhaps or a county in which there are located unincorporated towns. Would that help clarify the language?
Okay, let's not get into edits or.
I believe the intent of this bill is to have those 3 things as distinct categories, not to strictly apply to just unincorporated towns and unorganized places. So I think it's a language change that should be addressed if it needs to.
Further questions? Representative Lasalas, could you flick off that mic for me, please?
Oh,
thank you. Seeing none, I just have one. You said you were from Newmarket?
Yes.
Do the zoning regulations in Newmarket already allow residential units on a commercial lot?
I'm not sure. Yeah, like I said, not a policy expert. I think if they don't already, they ought to, as is the case with communities across the state.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, committee members. Ben Frost, Deputy Director and Chief Legal Officer for New Hampshire Housing, here to speak in support of House Bill 1053. Before I talk about the comments I had in mind, I do want to address some confusion over this text, bridging lines 3 and 4, where it says legislative body of a city, town, or county in which there are located unincorporated towns or unorganized places. This is, if you change nothing in this amendment, let that be it, because this is a turn of phrase that occurs innumerable times in the planning and zoning statutes, and I think you would have a knockdown drag out with the drafting attorneys at OLS, because that is a phrase, and prior speaker is correct in noting that this is 3 distinct things: cities, towns, and a county in which there are these unincorporated places. Specifically, that's referring to Coos County, which has a county planning board that has planning administration over the unincorporated places in Coos County. So that's what is intended by that phrase. To the substance of the legislation, Representative Yokela earlier talked about the separation of uses, and this really goes back to the origins of zoning in the 1920s, really, when the U.S. Department of Commerce promulgated a standard state zoning enabling act, and that became the model for most states to establish their zoning enabling acts, New Hampshire included. The final model was put out by the Department of Commerce in 1926. New Hampshire actually based its Zoning Enabling Act on a slightly earlier version in 1925, but the differences are not material here. So since that time, New Hampshire has enabled its municipalities to adopt zoning, and included in that idea is the separation of incompatible uses. This is what we know as Euclidean zoning. Euclidean being a reference to a U.S. Supreme Court case, Euclid, Ambler Realty versus Euclid, Ohio, which upheld a municipality's police power authority to engage in zoning, the separation of so-called incompatible uses. So this is something we've acknowledged for a long time, almost 100 years now, as being within a municipal capacity, or in New Hampshire, as we're a Dillon's rule state, not a home rule state, a state power that is delegated to municipalities. But the issue of separation of uses is something that you might say, just because you can do it doesn't necessarily mean it is in all instances a good idea. And this is something that over the years, especially recently, we have begun to discover that the holding hard and fast to separation of uses is not necessarily a good thing. And we discovered this here in New Hampshire. Well, one of the discoveries was with municipal implementation of the workforce housing law, which was adopted by the legislature in 2008. And some communities said, okay, well, we'll do what we have to, but we're going to relegate the workforce housing to these commercial zones over there. And to their surprise, perhaps not to everyone's surprise, it actually worked. So you have these residential uses being built in commercial zones, and they are not, in fact, incompatible. They do, in fact, mutually support each other. So having people living in commercial areas, I won't call them commercial zones, but commercial areas, provides eyes on the street, security at night, people being there around what would otherwise be unsecured commercial spaces, having activity of people living proximate to commercial uses actually supports the commercial uses. People who are living closer to those commercial entities are more likely to frequent them because they're there. So this is something that we have come to realize, that we took this idea of separation of uses way too far. And this legislation seeks to make a partial correction to that. I'll note, just in closing, I won't name the town, but I'll recount an experience I had with a planning board that I was on, at the time, and there was a proposal for a residential use. It was townhouses right up next to a state highway, a busy state highway, a lot of highway noise, yes. And another board member asked the question, well, who would want to live there? And I felt like answering, probably someone who could not afford your big house, but for whom this would be affordable. And they can deal with the sound. These are places that are suitable for residential use. And, by the way, also generate tax revenue for municipalities. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'll ask you the same question. I think, perhaps people might be having difficulty imagining what the application of this bill might look like. Can you point to anything any type of such development that would help us to imagine or picture what this would look like? Could it be like an abandoned mall where some apartments might be put in with a grocery store, a movie theater, a dentist, a hair salon, etc.? I know that I've traveled to Connecticut and I've seen these new developments. I think that they might be called live, work, play. They're like old fashioned downtown centers where there's businesses and there's apartments and services. Could you comment on that?
I'd be happy to. Thank you for that question, Representative Power. A couple of examples here in New Hampshire. One is at Woodmont Commons in Londonderry, the extraordinarily large development, probably the largest development at the time it was being built in New Hampshire. I'd say Tuscan Village is probably larger now. But that's a mix of uses. So that's new development that is a mix of uses, and it's built upon, yes, live, work, play, or lifestyle centers or things like that. These are sorts of developments that are going up all over the place. Here in Concord, plans for the partial demolition and reconstruction of the area of the Steeplegate Mall is going to be both residential and commercial. And those are large scale examples, but I think if you walk through any of your downtowns and just stop and look at the buildings in the center of the village or the center of the city, and look at the building on the street level, commercial, and then turn your gaze upward, and you'll see offices and residential uses too, mixes of uses. Certainly appropriate for conversions of abandoned or derelict structures as well.
Representative Sabat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So this is happening in New Hampshire, the kind of development this bill envisions. Where is the RSA that prevents it from happening, that this attempts to solve?
That is an excellent question, Representative Stavis, and there is no RSA that prevents it from happening. This bill compels it to happen.
Representative O'Kella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. I keep on hearing this refrain about where is this going to happen? Can you kind of put on a different hat and maybe talk a little bit about the housing map and if this might be, or the zoning map that you worked on, or zoning atlas, sorry, and if this type of barring by municipalities might be able to be assessed in that zoning atlas?
That's a great question, Representative O'Kella. And just as a point of reference, Representative is referring to the New Hampshire Zoning Atlas. You can Google that and check it out yourselves. It is a tremendously powerful resource for anyone to use. In building the data behind the Zoning Atlas, which includes something on the order of 400,000 data entries, we had to make certain assumptions and certain generalizations. So we did look at zones that are primarily residential, zones that are primarily commercial. I think it is possible to do that sort of analysis, but it would require someone to go into the data pretty deep and parse things out. But I think it's possible, but it would require a lot of interns probably.
Further questions, Representative Gallagher?
So in online planning circles, there's this meme where people will put a caption saying this kind of smart, walkable, mixed-use urbanism is illegal to build in most American cities. So this is kind of jumping off of Rep. Powers' question. So would you agree that basically any image that an urbanist has bothered to apply that caption to online would be an example of what this is trying to or require to be allowed by right?
Yes, Representative Gallagher, I think that's a great way of putting it. And this is consistent with past observations of our love for our villages, our historic villages, and our acknowledgement that the zoning in which those villages are situated would not allow those villages to be built today. And that includes the mix of commercial and residential uses, which is historically appropriate. So in many communities, you can't do the things that we say we love.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have one for you, Mr. Frost. This is going to be further known as Representative Turcotte's Question A. That way I don't have to repeat it time and time again. Can municipalities already accomplish what this bill is attempting to force or compel, as you use the word? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony.
Thank
you. Next up, Nate Grace, NHMA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. We oppose this legislation. We do oppose all statewide land use mandates. I did write a letter that I uploaded to the website, so you have that. I'm looking at the amendment right now, and it is quite broad. It seems the application would be to attempt to require things that municipalities already do, which you can see if you look out the window behind you, because we, of course, are in downtown Concord, where we have mixed residential and commercial use. And we have developments that we've listed, Tuscan Village, et cetera, that they're doing this already. In the interest of hopefully improving the situation with housing, in my letter, I did suggest a potential replace all amendment, which was to look at Senate Bill 538, take a couple of sections from there relative to 79E, the Community Revitalization Tax Relief Incentive. This is a program or a policy put in place by the legislature back in 2006. It's been expanded several times. And what it does is it helps municipalities that are interested in dealing with some of the abandoned properties that they see, figure out how to make that economically viable for developers. So what the sections I suggested that you might consider taking from Senate Bill 538 is that it would expand that option to include commercial properties. You could also include industrial properties as well as others. And the way this may work is we've seen, not so much in New Hampshire because we're the state where they all come, but we've seen in larger cities some of the commercial uses decrease as people have been working more from home or changing uses. So one of the questions is, well, what do we do with those properties? If they're no longer viable as commercial uses, are there incentives we could put in place to help developers redevelop those? That's really the genesis behind that section of that legislation. That may assist because it would provide a local option to provide local incentives to help development occur in already existing buildings. And I think that's a very targeted approach that may be helpful. I'm certainly happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Representative Yokella?
Thank you. I applaud your trying to switch this stick into a carrot for municipalities. However, for those, are you aware of municipalities that the representatives continually ask are like you give examples of Concord and Salem and Dover, and those places allow this type of building, and so they would not actually be negatively impacted by this legislation. Only municipalities like mine that choose to bar residential from those commercial spaces. So are you aware of those? And did you specifically reach out to those towns and cities that already do allow this? And were they in opposition to other municipalities taking on that burden also, and not just having to shoulder them themselves? Or did you not? Did you just base your comments on the NHMA principles?
I believe your question is whether I surveyed members as to their position on housing.
On this specific thing that some municipalities already allow this, and this is requiring the other municipalities that don't already allow this. And if they are in favor of those other municipalities doing the same thing that they are doing, or if they are intended to shoulder that entire burden themselves, or if you based your opposition on the actual NHMA zoning, statewide zoning principle, instead of actually talking with the members individually.
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Yokella. Back a couple years ago, we did have a policy setting conference that I believe certain members of this committee served on, and one of the committees was talked about housing extensively. And one of the topics that came up was what, if anything, should we do in response to some of the information coming forward about housing shortages. And there was a pretty in-depth conversation about housing and the role of municipalities in that. And after a robust debate by the members representing their municipalities there, that committee recommended some changes to our policies, which then went to our full body that voted on them. So the vast majority of our members present and voting are in support of our existing policy to oppose statewide land use mandates, although I believe there were a few dissenters among those.
Representative Priest.
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for being here. With this proposal, I mean, I come from the city of Manchester, who has been doing this practice for over 20 years. And I know that other cities are doing the same thing. The issue that I have a concern about is those commercial areas that are not appropriate for residential uses. And with this legislation, you're mandating communities to put residential in these areas that may not be appropriate for human habitat.
I agree completely.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Final pink card. I know you've been waiting there. Grace Murray, you are up.
Hello, my name is Grace Murray, and I am from Amherst, New Hampshire, and I represent New Hampshire Youth Movement. As a young New Hampshire resident and a lifelong New Hampshire resident, I am extremely concerned about our housing crisis and in strong support of HB 1053. As a resident of New Hampshire, I've experienced housing insecurity multiple times throughout my childhood and young adulthood, and that is an issue that a lot of young people face in our state. There's just not enough housing for all of us. In fact, I think as previously mentioned, a report from NH Housing shows that we need 20,000 more units in the next 2 years to accommodate our growth. On top of that, thousands of Granite Staters are struggling to pay their property taxes, buy a home, pay their rent, or find a place to live at all. Allowing housing to be built in commercial areas is just one important step toward addressing this crisis. Passing HB 1053 would make it easier for developers to build housing, and it promotes efficient land use and infrastructure. These are things that we need. This bill doesn't just affect the amount of housing available, though. It would also have a positive impact in the municipalities themselves. Mixed-use housing encourages investment in local businesses, reduces traffic congestion, and it builds a sense of community. Another pro with this legislation is people could be closer to their jobs. Many young people struggle with finding reliable transportation, and that is a huge barrier to finding employment. This bill also addresses this issue. Transportation is no longer an issue if your job is within walking distance of your home. Also, to address some questions that have come up, I don't think the point of this bill is that it's currently against law, but rather it removes the red tape on the municipal level that hinders new construction by requiring multiple layers of approval. To summarize, this bill tackles a myriad of issues Granite Staters are facing simply by allowing developers to build housing in empty buildings and land. The housing crisis in New Hampshire is dire. I urge you to take a step towards fixing this crisis and support HB 1053. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? You lucked out? I think we're questioned out.
Questioned out.
Very good. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, that was the last pink card I have. So that closes the hearing on HB 1053. All right, folks, we are down to the last one of the day. Everybody good to go? Looks good. All right, we'll open up the hearing on HB 1175 relative to official ballot referendum form of town meetings. Representative Power is the prime, and she is here to speak. Representative Power, your floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As a prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 1175. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. To begin, this bill was filed upon the request of numerous constituents, as well as citizens. This is a simple, straightforward bill. The purpose of this bill is to amend the method to adopt the official ballot referendum form of town meeting, commonly known and referred to as SB2. In 1995, when SB2 became law, almost 30 years ago, the legislature, in its wisdom, placed the question to adopt SB2 on the official ballot. This meant that voters were able to vote on the question to adopt SB2 at the polls on Election Day. Additionally, according to information that I obtained from the DRA website, As of December 2019, 152 political subdivisions have adopted the SB2 form of meeting. That is 71 towns and 81 school districts. Now, in 2019, a bill was signed into law which removed the question to adopt SB2 from the official ballot and instead required that the question to adopt was to be voted on at the traditional town meeting or school district meeting. Since the law was changed beginning in 2020, there have been a total of 32 warrant articles proposed to adopt SB2. 31 of those proposals have failed, and only one proposal resulted in the adoption of SB2, and that was Nottingham in 2020. Additionally, to date, I have found 12 municipalities and counting, because not all warrants have been posted to the internet. So I found 12 municipalities that have SB2 adoptions on their 2024 warrants, which will be voted upon at the upcoming annual meetings, typically held in March. Mr. Chairman, it is clear to me that SB2 has been handcuffed by the unnecessary change in statute that was made in 2019. I find this to be a serious problem that must be addressed by the legislature, and that's why I filed this bill before you. House Bill 1175 simply places the question to adopt SB2 back onto the official ballot, enabling voters to vote on the question to adopt SB2 at the polls instead of the traditional town meeting, as the legislature deemed appropriate 30 years ago. Moreover, this bill undoes inequitable standards caused by the 2019 bill and the subsequent change in the law. Inexplicably, the 2019 bill kept the question to rescind SB2 on the official ballot, while moving the question to adopt SB2 to the traditional town meeting. That's where it's voted upon. This doesn't make any sense. By placing the question to adopt SB2 back onto the official ballot, the method to adopt SB2 is the same as the method to rescind. Finally, a few important things to note. First, it's important to understand that per RSA, a public hearing is required whenever SB2 appears on a warrant. In fact, in multi-town districts, such as a cooperative school district, hearings need to be held in each town in that cooperative school district on different days. And the hearings are typically held 15 to 30 days ahead of the vote. Second, it's also important to keep in mind that many voters cannot attend a meeting practically to vote to adopt SB2. These meetings are typically held during the week in the evenings in March. Oftentimes March has inclement weather. It's a significant challenge for many voters that are elderly or disabled to be able to get to the meeting location and participate in an often lengthy meeting that sometimes runs late into the night, and in some cases they occur over many days. Some voters also have health concerns, and they cannot risk being in a large gathering at a traditional town meeting. Other voters have second shift, overtime, and even weekend work commitments if these traditional meetings are held on the weekend, and that this conflicts with their ability to attend the traditional meeting. Still, others are out of town on travel for work, military service, away from home, or they might be snowbirds who reside out of state. All of these voters are disenfranchised, and they want SB2 because it enables their voices to be heard at the ballot box. I find it ironic that these citizens cannot make it to the traditional meeting to vote to adopt SB2, which is exactly the meeting system that would eliminate their disenfranchisement. Third, adopting SB2 is a serious proposition. Many more voters cast ballots on election day than are able to attend a traditional meeting. I contend that by placing the question to adopt SB2 back onto the official ballot, this provides better representation of the will of the people in the town or the school district. And fourth, with at least 44 warrant articles to adopt SB2 since the 2019 change, there is significant interest by voters to adopt SB2. It's clear that the current method of SB2 adoption at the traditional meeting is truly not fair to disenfranchised voters. Therefore, I feel that it's just common sense to return the original method to adopt SB2 that had been in place for nearly 25 years before the change in 2019. In conclusion, by restoring the question to adopt SB2 back onto the official ballot, this bill eliminates voter disenfranchisement in adopting SB2. This bill enables greater voter participation, which better represents the will of the people, and this bill restores equitable standards to adopt SB2 as well as to rescind it. I respectfully ask that this committee please recommend ought to pass on HB 1175 to restore the method to adopt SB2 as it was for nearly a quarter of a century. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward, Representative. In the first sentence, it says shall. Subdivision shall place the question on the warrant. That means whether or not there's Senate Bill 2 communities presently, they still have to put it on the warrant, and won't that be confusing?
Thank you, Representative. So the language that you're referring to on line 3, that is currently in law. That's not what this bill is doing. The bill's not changing that.
So if, follow up, Mr. Chair. So if I'm a Senate Bill 2 community, I don't have to do anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Representative Priest.
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for being here. What was the reasoning back in 2019 to revert back to the town meetings for those communities that were wishing to become SB2?
Thank you for the question, Representative. You would have to poll the people as to what the rationale was. A possible explanation would be that people may have been concerned that people didn't know what they were voting on when it appeared on the official ballot. And as I pointed out, per RSA, hearings are required whenever SB2 appears on the warrant. And in the case of for example, a school district where there's more than one town that's part of that school district, hearings must be held in each town. And I would further say that, that there are there are other opportunities for people to get information with regards to SB2. There's, a town meeting, like a regular town meeting of the select board, the issue might come up. As I said, there's required hearings. There's also, there's information different information sessions that I know are held in different towns. There's voters' guides. There's many opportunities to understand what SB2 is. And I would further say that we have zoning ordinances that appear on warrants, and people vote. They're on the warrants and they are voted on the official ballot. So this is really no different.
Representative Yokella. Representative Guthrie, could you flick off your mic there? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your bringing this bill forward. Have you reached out to any of the groups like the veterans that have been disenfranchised by this law change and see if there's an appetite for a lawsuit against the state for disenfranchising them, as far as like they used to be able to vote on this, and now they're not able to vote on it, that are deployed. Have you reached out to them regarding that issue?
Thank you for the question, Representative. No, I have not reached out to the veterans groups in the state with regards to this law change. However, as I said, the reason why I filed this bill is because there's a number of constituents that have asked me to file this because of the change that occurred in 2019, and I gave the data as to when this change was made. Since it's been made, only one warrant to adopt SB2 has succeeded. And additionally, I am part of a co-op school district, and this year there is a petitioned warrant article for SB2 for the co-op school district, and there is the primary petitioner is a disabled veteran. And unfortunately, he will be unable to attend the meeting, the traditional annual meeting of the school district to vote on this because of his disability, and the prescriptions that he's on will prohibit him from even speaking or being able to vote on SB2.
Representative Tato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing my questions. As moderator of an SB2 town, and have been for over 10 years, and the town voted to adopt the SB2 form of government long before I was, right after it came out, which you said 19, was it, that it was started? Several years, we've had, it's been on the, I don't know, there's a question here somewhere. We've had petition articles put on to do away with it. They finally gave up because they got nowhere, absolutely nowhere. My question is, what's your experience with dealing with SB2 form of government, and who is pushing to have it changed?
Thank you for the question, Representative. This bill does not address the SB2 form of government per se. I'm not here to speak for or against SB2. What this bill does is it changes the method to adopt SB2. Like I said, when in 1995, when there was a bill to enable the SB2 form of meeting, that the question to adopt, the legislature, like I said, in its wisdom, placed the question to adopt on the official ballot. And then in 2019, there was a bill to undo that.
Further questions? I see none. Thank you, Representative Guthrie.
Just to follow up, I'm still confused because, as I said, I'm on a Senate Bill 2 town, and I think when I asked, you said I didn't have to do anything, and I would continue as a Senate Bill 2 town. Isn't that correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative. SB2 is enabling legislation. This is SB2 is not a mandate. It's optional. If towns want to put this on, towns or school districts want to put this on their warrant, they can. And furthermore, the legislature has passed a law that allows citizens to also, by petition warrant article, put SB2 onto the warrant. So the governing body could choose to do that, or petitioners can. So
I know my question isn't clear, and I understand, I am a Senate Bill too, so if this bill passes, I don't have to do anything.
That is correct.
If I'm a Senate Bill too, and I choose to put this article forward in a warrant article, and it passes, or it doesn't pass, where am I?
If a town or a school district currently has SB2, if they've adopted it, they have SB2. There's no need to adopt it again.
Say somebody wants to, based on this bill.
I'm confused. If you want to rescind it,
I
nothing.
want to put it on a ballot, so
But
it
if you
gets-
already have
gets-
SB2,
So it gets, it's probably better when we exec this bill, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
That would be
Yeah.
good. We
And-
try not to have conversations here.
The
Questions
representative
is
and I
great.
can talk about it at that time. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you. All right, further questions? I see. Representative Fract has a question.
Thank you. Representative Power, when the law was changed in, I think you said 2019, do you recall if the vote in the general House was a close vote or it passed by an overwhelming margin?
I don't have that information. No, not here in my backup information.
Okay.
But it got signed into law, so.
Okay, further questions? Representative Holland, you look like you have one. Oh, okay. Thank you, Representative Power. I have one more pink card, Catherine Heck from NHMA.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Catherine Heck, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are here to oppose House Bill 1175. So for the record, our opposition has nothing to do with the SB2 form of government, just as a sponsored said, but rather the procedure a town would follow to adopt this significant change in how a government would operate. So while the prior law, which this bill seeks to restore, did require a public hearing on the question to be held 15 to 30 days before the vote, and we restore that, experience has shown that very few people generally attend these hearings. It's also important, which was brought up, that SB2 can be petitioned by 25 registered voters, so it would show up on the petition. So I want to go back prior to 2000, to the law change. So prior to 2018, for example, persistent efforts by some pro-ballot supporters, for example, to pass SB2 in Bow, they rejected it 6 times in Bow prior to the law change. So nothing to do with it. Hinsdale, also 6 unsuccessful votes, 9 in Sanborn, and 15 in the town of Temple. So prior to the law change. Some of what precipitated the law change was that, and there's testimony in the former record, for example, from the town of Temple, to say that it would not allow the form of government to be changed using the current form of government that they're experiencing. So to change to SB2 in the prior law, it would be put on the ballot. So there would be, you would still go to your town meeting, but you would have already voted on that question, like you would do for your zoning ordinance. And it was failing significantly because many people believe that maybe some attentive voters were able to discern what a yes vote would mean, but perhaps others did not feel that they had the time or the understanding to debate the question because they were used to the annual town meeting form of government where they would gain and garner a lot of their information from. So essentially, without the ability to debate and deliberate the question, the result was that what does a yes ballot vote mean? And they were nervous. So let's just talk about SB2 form of government for a moment to talk about voters and making sure no one feels disenfranchised. SB2 form of government does require that you have public hearings, that you have a deliberative session prior to your March vote. So if you're worried about the weather, for example, you have to have a deliberative session in February. At the deliberative session, it's structured much like an annual town meeting. We have a moderator here that can speak to that. So that is when the voters get to come out, take the warrant that's developed by the governing body and or the budget committee and change line items, zero them out, amend warrant articles, or do anything they would like to do. So just because they're SB2 form of government, they really do still have this version of town meeting. And what happens at the deliberative session then gets carried on to the ballot in March. So I personally would not give up my right to attend the deliberative session if I was concerned and wanted to debate and deliberate the budget. So SB2 does not only have a one-shot bite at the apple. In fact, it has 3 bites at the apple, from the public hearing to the deliberative session to the ballot vote. So when we talk about important questions, most matters that have a significant impact on the town go before a traditional town meeting. So again, the change in 2019 was precipitated by concerned towns and cities and voters who felt like being placed on the ballot, they did not have the information they needed in voting in a new form of government on an old form of government. When we talk about rescinding the vote, it would be impossible if adopted to rescind SB2 any other way besides a ballot vote, because they don't have a town meeting anymore to rescind it. So that probably is not something to be concerned with. And we always hear from cities and towns and officials, they're always looking for new tools and ways to further engage voters and voter education. So the adoption of SB2 is a huge decision. Placing it on the ballot, basically the language is, shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 4013, known as SB2, to allow official ballot voting on all issues before the town on the second Tuesday of March? That is the question you're voting on. This does not describe or communicate to the voters the nuances of a deliberative session. It doesn't answer questions what the default budget is, which we hear a lot about, how the default budget works, how it's calculated, so, or what happens if the budget is voted down. So by going back to the traditional town meeting, bringing this information forward and letting the current form of government decide if it wants to change the form of government, actually has resulted in several communities adopting the SB2 form of government since the 2019 law change. But as you can see from just several towns, there was significant towns rejecting it prior to the law change as well. So I'm not sure that is significant, will make a significant difference. I do also want to point out in 2019, the House Municipal and County Government Committee recommended the bill 18-1 to pass. The House voted on division 235-122 to pass, and it was unanimously approved by the Senate committee and approved by the Senate on a voice vote. So it had overwhelming support. So that basically this is really about the voters having the ability to decide in their current form of government if they want to change to another form of government, in essence. So I will leave it with that. I certainly have the record from 2019. So we just would like the town meeting to remain the same, and if they choose to change, they do it, the decision is made in the same manner in which they're currently operating in government. And it's critical for the voter, essentially. So I'll take any questions if you have any, and I know it's very late.
Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. In my municipality, our SB2 was adopted after multiple votes. In multiple years of voting on the subject. And so I'm a little bit confused as far as in your testimony, you said that happened in multiple municipalities. And so I'm a little confused as to how you are squaring the circle that those people that are voting on it, maybe the first time they vote on it, they might be wary of it and vote no. But as they hear more about it year after year, more people are convinced and think that this is a good idea and adopt it. And so you seem to be implying that those people that are voting on it are uneducated, but then often it's actually takes multiple years for it to pass. And so those people that are voting on it are very educated on what that question on the ballot is. And so is that really the education of the voters really the main concern as far as the opposition, or is it just the town meetings want to be able to peer pressure those people voting against it by seeing their face and see who's opposing it and who's
So thank you for your question. I think I was just trying to provide some examples to counter the examples in support of the bill that were saying that towns couldn't pass it under the law change. My point was towns couldn't pass it prior to the law change if that's the will of the voter. I would never insinuate voters are uneducated or don't want to become educated, or that when they come back year over year, they're not more familiar with the topic. However, when you go to the polls, it's really just one sentence that you're voting on, and we do know that new people move in and out of town, and that changes. But certainly, it's really about the town. I did want to bring up that under the current law, they have to, the 2019 law change, it has to be done at secret ballot at the town meeting. So your neighbors cannot pressure you if this is a form of government that you would like. The current law allows everybody to have the right to vote privately, much like the old ballot version where you go in the booth, you go up to the ballot box and you place your card in. So you would not receive that pressure at your town meeting with your neighbors, because certainly that would be a concern with a form of government change. So that's already in the law.
You have a follow-up?
Yeah. One of those towns that just recently tried to do this was a town in my district where they had essentially a 9-hour town meeting, and the people advocating for and saying that this is a good idea or why it's a good idea or why it's not, actually they have to get up in front of everyone and speak about it. And so that is the opportunity, if they do know who is opposing it and who is supporting it. And actually it was a selectman in this case that put it on the ballot. And so there was a lot of hostility because of the people that are currently controlling the selectmen being trying to there was some skepticism just because of that. And so
Representative, could you get to a question?
There was a lot. Would you be surprised to find out that the people that were putting it forward were actually created more hostility towards the thing than the actual language of SB2?
I would imagine the same scenario would occur at a public hearing, which is required in both versions of this bill, whichever one you're considering. Both require a public hearing in that same scenario of everyone having to speak publicly, express their concerns, show their positions, whichever they might be, would be occurring at the public hearing as well. Of course, if it's petitioned, the 25 voter signatures are available for anyone to consider, and if it's brought forward by the governing body, it's very clear who would like to see that move forward. So I think the public hearing and the town meeting would be, as far as how the public views it or the debate that occurs, would be very similar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much for hanging around till the very end. We appreciate your testimony. Seeing no more questions, I will go ahead and close the public hearing on 1175. I'd also like to thank all the members of the committee who stuck around to the end. Very good. So we will see everybody tomorrow.